Oh, hey everybody. Hey, I think I'm live. Am I here? Yes, it looks like I am. Hey guys. Hey everyone. How's it going? Um, I'm just making sure everything's set up correctly. I'm obviously in a sort of a tiny little room right now, filled with an accoutrement of hobby materials, trying to make the best of what I have here. So I've got everything set up, okay? I've got everything set up, I think. Hey, everybody. Yes, Jimmy. Hi. Stream, stream, stream. Yes, indeed. Hello, everyone. Woo! Well, thanks for joining me on this lazy Sunday. For some, I guess. I'll be honest, guys. I'm pretty exhausted already. It's been a long day. I've been working pretty busily on some one-page rules models, trying to get them all sorted. So that's been fun. That's been good. Been some really impressive one-page rules models recently. I'm really loving this month's releases, and I will have a video on it soon. Hopefully next week. So I'm just getting everything sort of prepared for that, because obviously, as you can imagine, sort of in my current situation, I'm living with my parents at the minute, for anyone who hasn't heard. Trying to get a 3D printer set up and sort of going is a little bit awkward, I think, sometimes. Trying to explain it to them, trying to explain why I need all of this poisonous materials to move through their house. It's very awkward. Storm Wimwolf, hi from Ireland. Hello, yes, you're not very far away at all, are you? Overboard girly gamer chair and everything. Yeah, exactly. I have ransacked some of my sister's stuff as well, so I have. I needed it, honestly, because the chair I was sitting in before was just like a kitchen chair, and it was pretty miserable, although it creaks a little, so if you hear any noises, it's the chair. Andre with the super chat, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Andre. That's lovely of you. Thanks so much. Starting the live, yes. Liam here with the what's your favorite fantasy army? Actually, I mean, I gotta be honest. Well, are we talking fantasy like Warhammer fantasy, or are we talking fantasy? Right? Because I think they might be different, though I'm not entirely sure. The first fantasy army I collected was Chaos, but then I quickly moved on to the Empire. I've always been a big fan of the Empire. I love their ridiculous frills. Very interesting sort of human faction that don't look like your standard knights. And Super Non-Friendo as well with the donation. Thank you so much. Going to pony up now to get out of the way. Hey, this. Hey, Super Non-Friendo. Thank you. That's lovely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, guys. For those who don't know, I'm currently trying to gather coin in order to get a second camera so that I can have some sort of setup where I can look down at the table, which will allow me to perhaps do some unboxing, some reviews, things like painting and stuff like that would be really handy. If you've seen any of my videos where I do any hobby stuff at all, I'm painting like this and the camera's over my shoulder. It's a really bad sort of third person shooter. So I would like to get one that's more direct down so that it looks pretty good. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's lovely. That's very, very nice. Let's see here. So yes, today is all about moving on from Warhammer 40k. Are you moving on? I don't know if you guys have noticed, okay? I don't know if anyone has seen this. It's a little indie game that I think it's coming out soon. Horus Heresy, if anyone's heard of it. A couple of YouTubers I follow have recently been talking about it a little bit. I don't know if anybody else has. But it looks kind of interesting, honestly. It looks okay. It looks pretty interesting. There's obviously been a huge marketing push recently for Horus Heresy. A lot of influencer marketing as well, which is not traditional for Games Workshop. Honestly, though, I mean, there's been a deluge of content for it. So there's been a lot of Games Workshop are really rolling out the presses here, rolling out the presses. That's not a saying. That's rolling out the red carpet, I guess, for Horus Heresy. Karen Commissar says, "Gee, what's Horus Heresy?" Yeah, it's a very niche. It's a very niche game in the miniature wargaming scene. You might have heard of it. Zyfin says, "I try moving on to all one-page rule systems while using my 40k collection as models." Yeah, That's why I love one-page rules, because I think it helps get people out of the paradigm of only ever playing Warhammer. It's a nice alternative. You can use your existing collection. You don't have that sunk cost anymore. I think it's a really great. I think it's a really great system for that. I think the designers behind one-page rules have been very clever in doing so, because it's been able to combat the main problem that most games have had when competing against Warhammer 40k, which is everybody's already got a 40k army. Like, how do you compete against that? Like, they have to buy into a whole new system. It's big in the tabletop role-playing community. I find it very hard to get people to play anything other than Dungeons and Dragons. But, like, the only thing people need to play a different game is, like, another book and to read a book. But with a war game, you gotta buy all these miniatures, you gotta put them together and paint them. So anything that can make the onboarding process easier, I think, is lovely. Absolutely lovely. Ariel says Malifaux is the best skirmish game out there, period. I have some opinions on that. I've got some opinions on that, mostly around the onboarding process. The onboarding, I think, could use a little bit of work. In terms of the gameplay, though, it looks very interesting. I've never heard anyone talk ill of the Malifaux gameplay, which I think says a lot. I've never heard anyone talk ill of it. And I think the idea of using cards rather than dice, which is what Malifaux uses, is very, very interesting. It's a very interesting decision. But what I wanted to talk about today was actually Horus Heresy, but because not necessarily for me, because I don't know if it is for me, honestly. There has been a lot of content for Horus Heresy recently. Like, we are, what I would say, we're like in the eye of the storm here, people. Like, I can't go two steps down the stairs without somebody accosting me with a Horus Heresy miniature or a Horus Heresy starter box. There's been a lot of press around the Horus Heresy, and I found it very interesting because really Games Workshop are treating it like it's almost like it's a new edition of Warhammer 40k, right? They're giving it really the AAA star treatment. I've never seen this sort of amount of marketing buzz around it, except for maybe the announcement, the launch of 8th edition of Warhammer. It's been pretty crazy. And it's kind of funny to me because while it's getting a lot of support right now, I'm not sure like how long that will last. I'm like in two minds about it. I'm in two minds about it. I found the marketing for it very, very overwhelming, honestly. But I'm really curious, like, is there a ton of people interested in playing Horus Heresy? Like, how popular is the game Horus Heresy amongst the broader Warhammer 40k community? Because I know that there's a lot of big fans of Horus Heresy, but there's the fans that exist for Horus Heresy, the game, are the ones who have been putting up with things like Forge World prices, with resin models, with, you know, bound black books. To be honest, I mean, it's not the easiest game to get into. It's a Forge World game, which it's really difficult to get into. So obviously it's been opened up now a little bit more. There's a big starter box coming out. Things are getting moved over to plastic. Games Workshop, not Forge World, are taking over the distribution. And so now the game's being opened up. But is there a demand for it? Because right now, I suspect that a lot of people who are excited about the starter box for Horus Heresy, I think they're excited to buy Space Marines for their Warhammer 40k collection, is what I suspect. I'm not too sure how many people are actually going to buy it just for Horus Heresy, or rather, how many people are going to buy it and then really commit to the system Horus Heresy and stick around with Horus Heresy. I'm not too sure about that, so I'd be really curious what you guys think about that. MSG Morris says Horus Heresy is okay. I own the OG boxes, but can't see Games Workshop giving any more money to Games Workshop for a 2nd or 3rd edition rule set. Well, it's kind of funny, actually. So Horus Heresy 2nd edition, it's coming out, and it's designed around the sort of old school paradigm. Well, it's old school now. To me, it's just Warhammer 40k, but it's the old school version of Warhammer 40k that was around from 3rd through to like 7th. And so a lot of the systems are based on legacy versions of Warhammer 40k. To be honest, to me, I recognize the systems of Horus Heresy more so than I do modern 40k. Like, I am more accustomed to them because I cut my teeth on 3rd and 4th edition Warhammer 40k. So I'm used to things like armor values, weapon, facing of vehicles, the leadership checks. What else has changed? What else has changed? Whippy sticks. Okay, the whippy sticks are just for fun, but things like template weapons and stuff. That's what I'm used to. Like honestly, I mean, I've had more games in that paradigm than I have in the newer paradigm. I think, yeah, almost like 100, almost certainly. So that actually interests me a lot because to be honest, it's probably nostalgia more than anything else. It's probably nostalgia. Which makes me wonder, I mean, is that it? Like, is that all the Horus Heresy box is about? And let me caveat this again, because I feel like people are getting the wrong impression about my attitude towards Horus Heresy. I understand that it has lots of fans, and I understand that there's a really strong community for it right now. But it is a niche, It is a niche compared to Warhammer 40k. And the problem that I think Horus Heresy is going to have is that it's going to have to compete with Warhammer 40k. And let me tell you, I have never seen a game survive directly competing with Warhammer 40k. Like, there's no game that has ever beaten Warhammer 40k, and I don't think that Horus Heresy can either. I'm not too sure how many people will be able to afford, really, the Horus Heresy and Warhammer 40k as their main games, because both those games will demand a lot. There's a lot of models, there's a lot of painting that needs to be done, there's a lot of assembly, and there's a lot of releases. There's a lot of releases for both of them. William Penn says, given the massive size of the battles, I see it being more niche than standard. I mean, I do. I do. I think that what we're going to see is, we're going to see the Horus Heresy box sell really well, because there's lots of models inside it. People really love Space Marines. They do. They really love Space Marines. And I get the appeal. So people really love Space Marines. And you get a lot of Space Marines. You get a lot of Space Marines inside this box. Right? Like, you get a lot of them. For a Games Workshop box, you get a lot of Space Marines. And people are going to buy them, I think, mostly for their Warhammer 40k armies, really, just to have, like, a big collection of Space Marines and buy them. And then, either they'll put them together, they might paint them, maybe they won't paint them, maybe they'll, like, sit on them, maybe it'll go into a big pile of boxes, and I don't know, like, how big the Horus Heresy community is going to grow. I think it's definitely going to grow. Like, it's definitely going to grow, because I feel like the game was very I don't think it's like the community was unwelcoming to new members, but I feel like the game, as it is designed, is unwelcoming to new members, or as it was designed. Just anything Forge World is unwelcoming. Like, anything Forge World. The prices are just so absurd. The resin costs, the resin models are difficult to work with. It's just hard to get new people onboarded. I think you have to be a really big fan. Marcel Dufour with the big donation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's lovely. Get a coffee and a bite to eat on me, or one Games Workshop paint pot. The cost of living, huh? Yes, thank you so much. That's really nice of you. I will. I'll buy myself a Coca-Cola Zero. Even though I prefer Pepsi. I think I do prefer Pepsi. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Like, every little helps. Thank you. Let's see here. William Penn says, I suppose I can take over from the folks that liked Armageddon. Josh says, son dude, this is on the background while I paint one-page rules, boys. Thanks to Discourse for introducing me to them. That's awesome. Thank you. Oh, that's lovely. I'm so glad that I've been able to introduce these alternative systems to people, because really, like, I do feel like there is a difficulty trying to find out about these alternative systems. I don't think a lot of people talk about them. For one, it's not very popular to talk about them. Like, there is if you don't talk about Warhammer on YouTube, for example, like, you're gonna fall down the rankings in terms of views and stuff like that. So in order to remain relevant, you have to. So I'm really glad that I've been able to kind of expose people to alternative games. I'm really happy about that, because I'm all about that life. And it's really important, I think, for the hobby to be healthy, to have a wide variety and a diversity of games. Plus, one-page rules is awesome. One-page rules is awesome. I just think it's a really fun game. Like, at some stage, I might do, like, a definitive guide to getting into the wargaming hobby, and I think that I would recommend getting into one-page rules before I would recommend into Warhammer, like, 100%. Dungeon Delver, with the donation there, $100 character miniatures by 2023. Thank you so much. Not for your awful prediction, but for the donation. Thank you so much for that. But in terms of the prediction, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I'll be really curious to see what these Primarch models are going to cost, because I've heard that they are doing them in plastic. And it'll be interesting. Will they cost the same amount as they cost from Forge World. I hope they do so obviously they're more like statues on Forge World right now. If you've ever seen any of the Horus Heresy sort of Primarch models, Angron and stuff like that, they're very statuesque, and they're clearly designed to be statues. I'm not sure whether or not the game emerged first or the Primarch models were just being sold. Like maybe chat can tell me, maybe you guys can let me know. I'm actually not sure about that because I never really followed Horus Heresy. And this is kind of the interesting thing to me actually about Horus Heresy, although maybe I should finish my thought. So the Primarch models are very statuesque. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Games Workshop turn them into more playable plastic pieces whenever they move over to their system into the plastic sprues and things like that, or whether or not they're just going to keep them as like big statue guys. I mean, they are meant to be centerpieces, right? So it would make sense if they do keep them a little bit statuesque. I'm not a huge fan of the diorama on models. I know that Games Workshop love it because obviously that appeals to painters, which is fine. I play other games that also have problems with big diorama pieces, and I just accept it because the reality of the situation is that the actual gamer community within wargaming, I think, is a minority. I think more people hobby, they just hobby. They build and they paint and stuff like that, which is fine. Let's see here, because I mean, there's other alternatives, right? If you want to just game, you can play board games and stuff. Like wargaming is more of is a little bit of a lifestyle hobby. You've kind of got to give it a lot more investment of your time and your effort, which makes it really hard then if someone decides to get into Warhammer. Like where do they go next, right? Like they're going to stick with Warhammer because it's what they know. They get into the ecosystem, they learn the language of Warhammer, so it's really tough to talk about anything else. It's why Games Workshop sell everything. They sell everything you could possibly need. William says, I would really enjoy watching, like once a month, having Discourse miniatures do a battle report and a new miniature system, show some lunar or other interesting things. But yeah, I mean, I would love to do that. If you want to edit it, William, I can send you the raw footage, and you can edit it down, do all the fancy effects and stuff like that, like the Tabletop Titans. That would be nice. It's so much work goes into those battle reports. It's absolutely crazy. Russell Higgins says, I've walked away from all Games Workshop products. I can find games in other systems and scratch my wargaming itch. Fair enough. That's totally fine. Obviously in my latest video, I've been talking about skirmish systems. That's what I've been able to play. I don't have the space. I don't have the miniatures anymore for the army size games. I'm just been focusing on skirmish games. Like my little Carnival miniatures are coming along. I've almost finished all my guild members for Carnival. I've got all my Rashar done. I'm looking forward to that. I've been enjoying all my time spent with skirmish games so far. The thing is, they require a lot less investment as well. So you'll look at like Horus Heresy, and it's a big box. It's a really big box. Whereas with Carnival, you can spend $50, it's 35 pounds, and you get a starter box. Comes with terrain, comes with the models you need, comes with a board to play on, comes with the rules, like 35 quid, and you get everything you need. It's a lovely little taster box. That's the kind of point of entry I think that's super accessible. Rudy with the donation, thank you so much. Hi, hello Discourse. Have you played Battletech? It's cheap to get into. The starter set of Game of Armored Combat is enough for 2 people to play. I haven't played BattleTech, and I have heard that it's very accessible, because there's a version of it that uses hexes, and there's a version of it that doesn't use hexes. But I imagine that the version that uses hexes is a lot easier to get onto like a kitchen table and play, right? Like I have to imagine that's the case. I haven't played it. No, I do mean to get it. The thing is that I've mentioned this before. I'm not like super into mechs. I don't mind them, but like I'm not super into them. But also, I don't know anybody who plays in my local area, and I think that's actually, like, I was thinking about this the other day. I think that's actually really important. Like the people that you get exposed to, the people in your local community. Really, you're going to play games. Wargaming is one of those games. It's a very communal activity, except when it's not. You're by yourself, alone, drinking a beer, painting a spaceman or whatever, just in the dark, with one little light. But apart from those times, those Friday nights, and Saturday nights and Sunday nights alone, you're spending time with other people, and you're going to play games against them. And in order to do that, you have to have opponents. So you really do. I find that more often than not, that whenever I get into a game, I tend to get into it with other people. And Carnival and Lunar are like the 2 games that I've gotten into where I didn't get into them with anybody else. I was like, I can't play Warhammer anymore, so I'm gonna like find some skirmish games that excite me. And I've been able to talk people into playing with me because, well, they're starter sets and they come with 2 crews. They come with 2 different distinct factions, and I can play against them. And it's much easier sort of sell that way when you go, well, I've got the models painted. I have everything here. Come to my table and play with me. You know, like you're in The Shining, like you're trapped in my hotel. Nikki says BMG. Yes, Batman Minis game. I love the Batman Minis game, 100%. Russell says the number 1 rule, you have to find players to play against. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing. That's why it's really dangerous to be stuck at a kind of Games Workshop store, because obviously they're very overt in what you can play there. They're very overt in that, which I think is kind of lame, honestly. Also because they don't let you play like older versions and stuff, from what I've heard. I've never tried to play it at my local store, but from what I've heard of people say is that you can't play older versions of Warhammer at the Warhammer store. You have to be playing the most recent version. So I guess that's an upside. That's an upside for Horse Heresy, huh? You get to play an old version of Warhammer at the local Warhammer store. That's good. I mean, they've been able to monetize it, you know? Yeah. Russell, with the big donation. Thank you very much, Russell. Wow. That's absolutely very generous of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's lovely. That's brilliant. Yeah, thanks so much. I don't know what to say. I'm really touched. Everyone's generosity has been so nice. It really has. It's been absolutely lovely. But Battle Warpath says, toy collector here. What baffles me is the fact that for the price of a Primarch mini, you can buy 3 full-fleshed action figures for Space Marines from McFarlane. It's ridiculous. Well, that's the thing, right? So Forge World have always kind of pretended that they were some sort of hallmark of quality. That might have been true in like 2005. I used to love the look of the Death Corps of Krieg. I always wanted to have a Death Corps of Krieg army, but I could never afford that. And I don't think that they're quite the height of quality that they are anymore. The marketplace has definitely got a lot more diverse. There's a lot more miniature manufacturers out there, and Forge World just hasn't kept up. And if anything, I'd say the Games Workshop themselves, their main studio, has gotten a lot better. Games Workshop have gotten a lot better. Their miniatures look a lot better, at least in terms of some of the more technical aspects. And the Forge World resin is sort of falling behind a little bit. And I think Games Workshop know this. I think that Forge World is kind of being phased out. I think Horse Heresy being moved over is one of the big ones there. Is one of the big reasons why it's getting phased out. But there we are. I think that is what's happening. But I wanted to say earlier, because I was talking about Horse Heresy, and I was talking about whether or not, I think I got lipstick on my teeth. Ugh. I can't see. But I was talking earlier about Horse Heresy and who is Horse Heresy for. And I don't know if it's people who are moving on from 40k, honestly. I think that, for one, it's pretty good for the existing community of Horse Heresy. I know that there's been some criticisms of the rules and stuff like that, but to me, they look kind of interesting. They're the thing that's gotten me kind of most interested in it, because I kind of like all those old versions. I don't like a lot of the changes the Games Workshop made into 8th and 9th, and I do think that is mostly nostalgia, probably. I'm not sure how great the game design actually was, but I'm totally there for it. Like, I'm totally up for trying it. And this starter box, obviously, is very appealing to a lot of people. People are really excited about this starter box. I think that it's been a very good advertisement for Horse Heresy to have a big starter box like this, because people are going to buy it for their Space Marine armies. I know I said this already, but I really suspect that a lot of seals are going to be just people looking to collect a lot of points of Space Marines. And I think the size of the box, the size of the Horse Heresy box, tells you everything about the demographic that Games Workshop think are going to buy it. Because I don't think that newer members, newer hobbyists are going to buy the Horse Heresy box. I don't think this is that the new Horse Heresy box is for them. I actually think that there's a very specific demographic that Games Workshop are looking to monetize with Horse Heresy. And I think it's people who are leaving Warhammer. People who are fed up with the Warhammer design. People who have had enough of the current paradigm. Because, let's be honest, Warhammer 40k is a little bit of a mess. I don't think there's anyone who would disagree with that. I think even the most ardent fans of Warhammer 40k and of Games Workshop generally would agree that Warhammer 40k is probably in a pretty tough spot right now mechanically and in terms of bloat and rule supplements and things like that. I mean, all the top level players, I think, have echoed similar things. A lot of content creators have echoed similar things. I think it's pretty much the consensus that's the case. So a lot of people have stopped playing. And I think that Games Workshop are noticing that people are moving on to different systems, and so they're presenting a system like Horus Heresy. And the thing about Horus Heresy as well is that it does appeal to people like me, people who have been around a long time. And do you know where they are right now? Do you know where people who were used to play a lot of Warhammer 20 years ago are? They are just quitting Warhammer now. Because during the height of COVID, during the height of the pandemic, Warhammer stock had never been higher. So many people got into the hobby, tons of people, and a lot of those people were people who had dropped out maybe in like their 20s or late teens and then come back to it in their 30s and 40s. You know, like 10 years later, because suddenly everybody had all this spare time. So everybody was in lockdown. Everybody had a bunch of spare time. So all these people returned to the game. They returned to the game and they bought in a little, and loads of stock went out. Remember, there was all problems with stock and things like that. Obviously, there was all sorts of reasons for that. But there was just more people in the hobby than ever. There was more people in the hobby than ever. And then Games Workshop upped their prices. And then Games Workshop sort of, screwed over content creators a little bit, depending on who you ask. And Games Workshop, they enforced predatory NDAs and they kept raising the prices and things were really unreasonable. And I think that a lot of people ended up bouncing off. And now everybody's, the sort of lockdowns and things like that have ended. People are going back to the office. They don't have as much spare time anymore and they're leaving. They're not playing Warhammer. They're not buying models anymore. And I think this is probably going to be reflected. I mean, it was already kind of reflected in their last annual report, but I think this year it's going to really show up. So what do you do about that? What do you do whenever, as a company, as a public company, when you've just had a huge influx of people come into the hobby, buy loads of product, and then leave again? What do you do about that? They're not sticking around. Well, you have to find a way to get that demographic back in, because evidently they've shown that they are interested in Warhammer. Like, in a perfect world, they would be playing Warhammer, or at least buying the models. It doesn't really matter either way. They would be buying the product from Games Workshop in a perfect world. So what do? I think it's obvious. You sell a product designed explicitly for them. And I don't think Games Workshop care about them sticking around. I think that Games Workshop are selling the biggest box they possibly can in order to monetize them, to get as much cash from them as possible. And then we'll see, we'll see. But at least they got to dip into the wallet for loads and loads of money with the big starter set. I would speculate that that's the case. I think that is worked out very well for Games Workshop. I know that presumably the new edition of Horus Heresy has probably been in works for a while, but I think that the real push to put it onto the main line, and I think it's just worked out really well for them, honestly, and I think that's probably what they're aiming for. And to go alongside that, then they've done a lot of influencer marketing. I mean, they're aware that their PR at the minute is pretty bad. They have a pretty short stock in the community, and I think that it is working out really well. William Penning, thank you so much for the donation. $10. Thank you so much. That's really lovely. Sadly, I can't manage any editing, but thanks for explaining why it's not currently viable. Enjoy some Coke Zero on me. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's really tough. There's actually a ton of work. There's a ton of work that goes on in the back end for a lot of the content. Even those little, what appear to be throwaway videos from me, where I'm just talking in front of the camera, they can take 2 to 3 days to create. So trying to do a battle report. I used to do battle reports for the Batman miniatures game, and even that, there was no effort really thrown into that in terms of recording or anything, or making it theatrical at all. It was just kind of like Guerrilla Miniature Games, where I just held the camera and that was it. And boy howdy, that took days of editing, getting a 7-hour session into 2 hours, 3 hours. Wow, that was a lot of effort. So trying to do it properly to fit the style of the channel right now, just really, really tough. MSG Morris says, Games Workshop jumped the shark. Well, I don't know about that, right? I don't know. I don't know about that. I just think that Games Workshop knew that many people would buy this box full of models. and or buy the box for Horus Heresy and then not really get around to putting it together or painting it anymore because it's just, their lives are busier now and leave. So, but that said, Horus Heresy will get a lot of support from Games Workshop. I think that the health of the game overall is kind of reliant on the type of support that Games Workshop give to Horus Heresy. And I'm not necessarily just talking about additional codices or, like, big books for various factions. There's the Xenos factions and the Solar Auxilia and stuff like that. I'm not talking in that sense. I think that Games Workshop really would like some more mainline systems. Right now they have Warhammer 40k, they have Age of Sigmar, and I could see them honestly treating Horus Heresy more like one of those two than like Lord of the Rings. When Lord of the Rings has a new edition, like whatever, like who cares? I mean, I care because I think that Lord of the Rings is their best game, which I think I've just spoiled a video that I'll be doing at some stage. But yeah, I think that Lord of the Rings is probably their strongest game mechanically. But no one cares when a new edition of that comes out, right? Like it's not a big deal. But it is a big deal when there's a new version of Warhammer 40k or Age of Sigmar. Like, everybody goes nuts for that. And in fact, they go probably about as nuts as they are for Horus Heresy right now. And I think that we should get used to this. Because Games Workshop, here's a little tidbit. If you've never read any of their annual reports, here's a little secret that y'all get straight right here. In their annual reports, Games Workshop constantly refer to new editions of Warhammer. Well, not constantly. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit there. But they do say in their annual reports that they compare their sort of profitability to previous years. So they'll say things like, this year hasn't been as good as last, but then we haven't released a new edition of Warhammer, right? I remember it very clearly in the last annual report I read, and obviously they're like biannual reports. I just call it annual report, all right? Get off my back for the semantics police, okay? I just call it annual report because it's easier to say that, but it's like their big shareholder reports. They do them like twice a year, right? Not quarterly. Yeah, it's biannual. They say basically that the year is really good, but it's not as good as the years that we release a new edition of Warhammer, because they know that the years that they release a new edition of Warhammer are their most profitable year because they get to sell so much stuff and hype is at its highest. And I suspect that obviously they want Horus Heresy to do really well. They want it to sell loads of stuff and they want to make loads of money. And next year, I think they're going to do a new version of something else. 40k? Probably 40k? Maybe Age of Sigmar. And I think the goal of Games Workshop is to have a new edition of a game coming out every single year on a rotation, like a cycle. This year, 40k. Next year, Age of Sigmar. Year after that, Horus Heresy. Year after that, don't know. Don't know what game. Then the next year, 40k again, right? So that games have a lifespan of like 3 years, 4 years, and then they get a new edition. And so that means there's never a year where they're not releasing a new edition of something. Like, think of how clever that is. Like, you're gonna be constantly making money. You'll always have hype. It's like a perpetual hype machine. Like, think of how clever that is. If you've got like 4 games, that means you can have a new game line coming out every single year. So you've always got something to get excited about. Always got something to sell. And I just think that that's very, very clever from Games Workshop, you know? Job later with the big donation. Thank you so much for coffee, tea. Can you buy anything with this anymore? Not Games Workshop, that's for sure. Anyway, thanks for the great contact. Thank you so much, Job. That is so lovely of you. Thank you. Thank you for contributing to the channel. Like, it's really, really sweet, you guys. Thank you so much. And Dana Hoyle. Hey there, Dana. Here's a small donation towards coming to Canada so we can make those battle reports. I'll edit. Yes! I am 100% in. I am 100% in on that. Well, that going to Canada, huh? That's a big flight. That's a big flight. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. Thank you so much for the donation. I really, really appreciate that. We should chat. We should chat later. We should chat later about that. But yeah, That's awesome. But yeah, I think I think that's the plan, really. I mean, fair enough to them. They obviously, people get excited about new editions. Like, I mean, I'm kind of like mildly excited for Horus Heresy. I had no intention on ever playing Horus Heresy, and I don't think I will. But I'm like mildly excited. I watched the Ash Barker go through the book earlier on Guerrilla Michigans. I'm like, it's kind of interesting. No, the scattered templates are back, right? Like, I'm getting got, you know? And this is actually why, so here's another little secret. This is actually why a lot of the content on the channel looks the way it is, because I get got by this stuff too, you know? Like, I long ago decided that if no one else was going to save me, I was going to have to save myself, because I get caught out by these boxes, you know? I get caught out by these sort of value savings and stuff. I very much fall victim to a lot of the sort of tactics that I talk about on the channel. It's why sometimes I get a little bit mad. Because it works on me. And I know that my videos always have an audience of one, because it'll always appeal to me, you know, it'll always apply to me. It's why people say things like, oh, well, they're not trying to sort of prey, you know, on certain people with certain types of issues. And like, I'm like, no, they are. I know they are. Because it does work. It does work, honestly, you know. Ronald says, honestly, I think they will try and tap into the hype from Total Warhammer and bring out Cathay and Kazev. Yes, of course. How did I forget about the old world? That's the system I'm most looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to the old world. Yeah, of course, that's the fourth system. Yeah, it fits. It all fits like a puzzle piece. Like a puzzle, there's like a puzzle going on, and we're finding the slots. It's like National Treasure or something, or whatever that movie was. The one with Nick Cage, the greatest actor of all time. Nick Cage is the greatest actor of all time. There, you heard it here first. I actually love Nick Cage. I think he's an excellent actor. Dana Hall with the winky face, winky dinky. Let's see here. Foodmark says, only thing I want from the new Horus Heresy model is the plastic Contemptor Dreadnought. Really? The Contemptor Dreadnought? I think it looks kind of silly. Come on. Horus Heresy is really funny to me, because I know that I don't want to offend anybody in the audience, but Horus Heresy is sometimes perceived to be a little bit grognardy, okay? It's perceived to be a little bit grognardy, like, oh, you must be this tall to enter. Sometimes it feels a bit like that, I think. And I think, or at least there's an impression generally amongst like the 40k community that might be the case. I don't think that's true, but there is that kind of impression. But sometimes I feel too grognardy for Horus Heresy. Like, Horus Heresy's for like the adults. And I'm like, damn kids! Back in my day, the Horus Heresy was like a book, and that was it. There was just like a single book. No one knew anything that was going on back in them days. There was no talk of Primarchs were like these vague sort of recollections. Now we're fighting battles. There's rule books and everything. I'm like, wow. I feel too old. Oh jeez, maybe what I'll do is I'll just take out my 4th edition Warhammer book. Maybe I'll play a few games of that and try to see if it was actually good or not. I've got my old Witch Hunters Codex, you know, with the Sisters of Battle, and I found some of my old metal Sisters of Battle when moving. So maybe I'll do that as a little bit of a hobby project or something. That'd be kind of neat. But yeah, so I'm really curious. I'm really interested to see how this goes, how Horus Heresy goes, because right now it's really hard to see the forest for the trees. You know, there's a lot of adverts and stuff like that out. There's like, everyone's really excited, but it's kind of like, do you ever notice that the hype of a box set is like at its zenith when it's available for pre-order, and when it comes out, like, it's forgotten about. We're like, on to the next box. When you can buy it, that's when excitement is greatest. When you have the box, like, who cares anymore? You know, it's very useful that way. Skywatcher Adept says, Vince Ventrilla said the Heresy Spartan tank is one of the best tank models ever. Yeah, like, I've looked at the sprues. This may shock you guys, but I did not get the new Horus Heresy box sent to me by Games Workshop. They never approached me. So unfortunately, I didn't get to see the sprues. I couldn't do like a review, an unboxing video or anything like that, which I would have done, by the way. I would have if I had gotten it, because I mean, everybody else is. So why not me, you know? Where's Discourse's piece of the pie? But yeah, the sprues are apparently pretty good. Actually, there was actually a really exciting part of the sprues. This shows you how boring I am. I got so excited about this. I saw Ash was looking through the sprues, and he pointed out that the little models, the models are like the Space Marine man. I'm looking for a sprue here. They're siloed. See, this is how you know I'm a hobbyist. There's always a sprue nearby somewhere. They're siloed, right? So you might have like a body here, and then like the two arms. This might be impossible to see. Like the two arms here, and the body here, and the head there, and then like a body and legs and stuff like that. So they're siloed off. So what that means is you don't even need instructions. You can just snip them off, put them together, put the heads on and the arms on and stuff, and off you go. That's it. That's incredible. That's like the most exciting thing that I've heard about Horse Heresy. I love assembly, and I have not been enjoying assembling any Games Workshop stuff in a really, really long time. And that sounds honestly fun. The ability to just, create stuff off the sprue rather than following instructions. I'm a really huge fan. Oh no, my Stormhost Silver fallen over. Oh, geez. I can't get anything dirty, by the way. This is all my mom's stuff. So, like, if I get anything dirty, like, I'm so boned. Lek, with the donation, thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate your videos, Discourse. Do you feel like Games Workshop's current business practices affect your hype for Urworld? I was a long-time fantasy player, but I'm worried it will be Fantasy 8th again. Let me say, I'm not worried for the rules necessarily. I'm not worried for the actual just rules contained in the rulebook. I think that should be probably grand. I think that there's some big fans in the Games Workshop studio of old school fantasy, and I think that they will do a good job of renditioning, turning a version of that into a playable experience in the, I was going to say 21st century, in the 2020s, a time that I learned in my geography class was the future, how quickly it has come. But I think that I think that they'll be able to make a very playable experience. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is the price. I'm going to be honest. We have heard the price so far of the Horse Heresy box. And it is, for Games Workshop, reasonable. But I mean, I did a video on it recently, talking about the price of the box set. I think it's too big. I think it's too much. I honestly, I don't think it's a good intro point for a lot of people. I am a fan of the smaller box sets to get people into the game. Okay? Smaller box sets to get people into the game. And then cheaper models to buy. And then maybe things that, like, if you're not sure what to buy, maybe some bundles and stuff like that. Because I appreciate that bundles are a way to move stock that you don't really want. Like, I appreciate that bundles have a purpose and they can be used. And yes, sure, companies can make a little bit of profit here and there. I'm actually okay with that. But I think that, for a starter box, to put the rule book into a big box like that and be like, if you want to buy into the system, you've also got to buy a ton of Space Marine models, a ton of tanks. I don't think that that's great. Like, why isn't there just a smaller box for starting? I'm worried that will be the case for like the old world, like if you imagine there's like a Kislev versus Demons box or something like that, and you gotta buy like 2,000 points of like models that like just play this game, and I don't want to collect Kislev. I don't want to play as Pontus, and like, except here you have to play as Pontus. I don't want to play as Pontus. Shout out to my total war people out there. But my hype for whole world waxes and wanes. There are times where I'm like super excited and I'm like, I really can't wait for this. And then there's other times where I'm like, it's gonna be awful. I get worried sometimes, like whenever I hear things like the Warhammer seasons, or whenever I hear them talk about Horse Heresy, like, don't worry, it's gonna get really supported. And what they mean by that is there's gonna be like dozens of supplements coming out. I get really, really concerned for fantasy, because I want fantasy to do really well. And I think that there's a whole generation of gamers now who have never played a rank and flank game, who can't even conceive of the idea of wheels and turns and stuff like that. And they can be a lot of fun. They're like a different type of strategy. And they can be a lot of fun. And I hope that people get into the old world because, honestly, Warhammer Fantasy is probably my favorite setting. I think it could use some updates, but I think it's my favorite setting, you know? And I really want to see it done well. And I'm sure that there's many people right now who are Horus Heresy fans, for example, and this is the case for them. And then they've just been subjected to a bunch of videos of me telling them why I don't think it's gonna do that well. So apologies for that. But I'll do the same thing for Old World. And I don't think it's not gonna do well. I think Horus Heresy's, honestly, I think this is the best thing that happened for Horus Heresy, sort of. I think it's the best thing that happened in the sense that I think there is going to be a bunch of new people because there just is always going to be new people whenever you release a starter box like this. I think you're going to get a bunch of new people, of course. And I think it's people who traditionally maybe wouldn't have played it if it stayed in Forge World. So I think that's good for the community. I'm not too sure how much staying power the game is going to have for a lot of people because they're going to buy this for Space Marines and then maybe just get a little bit alienated, you know. Okay, so here we have Shawas and alienated by the prices, the practices, for many different reasons. Things like the separate weapon sprues. I know there's people who really are looking forward to that. I know the Tactical Marines have a lot of options. They need a lot of options. But I honestly, look at historical models. You know what people in the olden days used to have when they went to battle? Lots of options about what types of weapons they would use, and oftentimes they are contained on the sprues of the historical models. I don't think there's any historical game where it's like you buy all the guys and they're all armed with a spear. If you want to give them a sword and shield or a bill hook or a crossbow or a bow and arrow, you gotta buy a separate weapon sprue. There's no one else who does that as far as I'm aware, and they often sell them by 20 in a box. Like I don't see why Games Workshop gets away with this. I really don't. And my real concern is it has never worked out for consumers when you sell weapons separately. Not so long as Games Workshop has sold them anyway. It always ends up being far more expensive, and we haven't heard the prices of the new weapon sprues for the special weapons and stuff like that. So I mean, fingers crossed that it's good, because I think the Games Workshop are a little bit more aware of the sensitivity around pricing right now. I don't know what it is that's brought it on. Maybe it's the endless videos, maybe, but they seem to be a little bit more sensitive because of the price of Horus Heresy. The starter box, for example, I think they could have gone a lot more expensive. I think they could have gotten away with it too, but they didn't. So I'm really curious to see what the price will look like, but I'm worried because I don't think it has ever worked out in the past. Shawless with the donation. Thank you. Sorry, I saw it and then I had another thought, and like, I'm a little bit manic. Best have some more sugar, I think. That's for the best. Shelva says, so you're knocking over your paint pots while you stream. I can imagine your hobby desk. Yeah, this isn't my desk either, so it's a bit of a problem. Yeah, I gotta be real careful. And the thing is, I always just think, it's acrylic paint and you can wash it out if you try really hard. So I can be clumsy because I am clumsy, and there's no way to stop me from being clumsy. There's nowhere to put this. Tyrannic says, they seem to be making it so there is another major release every month, which are too pricey. And the unit boxes are far too pricey now. What do you think of War Games Atlantic? That's a really nice segue. I like it. Yeah, so obviously this month, it feels like there's a new box set every month. Like, I was trying to cover them for a while, but it got really tough to cover them every single time. It really did, because there's just a new box set, and the practice is the same thing. And I think this is how Games Workshop operate in a lot of ways, and it's how they kind of get away with it, I think, is that people just grew numb. They grew numb to it. So Games Workshop start releasing Flavor of the Month boxes, where they've put away a model and you can only get the model inside that box. And they do that every single month, and you talk about it and you go, oh, is this really bad? I can list off the endless reasons why it's really bad, but then they do it again next month, and they do it again the month after that, and they do it again the month after that, and people stop caring about it. People do, they just stop caring about it, and it's really important that we don't do that we don't fall into that, because that's how they get away with it. It becomes normal. They normalize it, and it becomes just an acceptable part of the hobby. There are so many things in life that I have seen that would not have been acceptable before. And now it just is. You get things like in video games like loot boxes and stuff like that. Does anyone else remember when loot boxes first were put into video games? People were like, what? What's this? You know? Gotcha elements, pay to win. I mean, for the longest time, it felt like in the Western market, you couldn't get away with selling kind of pay to win elements in video games. But now it started to creep in a little. So I hope that these sorts of things, these sort of predatory monetization tricks can be kind of fought up against, but they become normal and they become part of the standard landscape. And the thing is, right, you can make money without this stuff. Because, I know this, because Games Workshop, other companies, they used to make money without doing a lot of these predatory things. You know, bundles always existed, but they were never this big. They were never this bad. They never had exclusive stuff in them. Well, Games Workshop, they always did. But with a lot of other companies, they don't. You can sell money, you can sell models, you can sell miniatures, and you can compete in this marketplace without having to take a lot of the decisions that Games Workshop do. And that's what kind of upsets me. That's what annoys me, you know? Because there's no necessity to it. It's not like you're trying to keep bread on the table. If you don't do this, people are going to go hungry. That's not true at all. Although there is hope. I mean, I don't want to be a negative Nelly, which, overtly negative or anything. There is hope. The Patreon model, for example, is really big right now amongst a lot of indie developers, and I love this model so much because it finally allows people to buy in to like a kind of subscription-based model, but without a lot of the risk associated with subscriptions where you lose everything if you don't access it. I love that model, and in a lot of ways, I think that One Page Rules is kind of getting a lot of people and keeping them inside their ecosystem, not by being predatory, but by offering so much value that it's kind of hard to go back. You end up getting so much every month. Kind of feels a bit weird not to stay in there. So Kalo with the donation, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that donation. Thank you. It really does help, guys. I would really love to be able to get a camera and stream some stuff that's like on the table so you can actually see the mess that I live within. Come on, everybody's hobby desk is messy. Everybody's hobby desk is messy. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one, right? I'm not the only one. Overboard with the donation as well. Did you see that WizKids is trying to make a skirmish game again? It's called Onslaught. Most likely pre-painted miniatures and sold in all stores. Interesting. So, I mean, I guess this comes into the old sort of delineation between what is a war game, what is a board game, and, where do they meet? Because I think once you start getting into pre-painted, it's still a war game, but is it still like a hobbyist game? Because a lot of the kind of what people would say is the traditional hobby stuff is gone then if it's already pre-painted. So I haven't seen this game, Overboard. Thank you so much for the donation, but I think it opens up a very curious door. I mentioned it in one of my earlier videos, or one of my videos recently, that I'm playing God Tier, and that is a game that doesn't exactly demand a lot of hobbying. In fact, I haven't done really a lot of hobbying. I've done a lot of gaming because it's really quick and easy to get onto the table, and it has a map, and you can just play on it. Similar to like BattleTech, I guess, I imagine sort of plays. And so it's got hexes and stuff, like it's got like a hex grid. And I haven't done any real painting for it. And in fact, honestly, like the characters that you play as, they have different classes. So I kind of imagine, and the classes are color-coded. So the models come in colored plastic to their class, so you've got a Slayer, and it's in red plastic, and then you've got like a Guardian who's in blue. And I kind of feel like if I paint them, I'm kind of losing a little bit of something there, like that there's some sort of... So I like that they put them in colored plastic, and I would count that as a war game, but I guess some people would count it as a board game. And then it's the same with this WizKids game. I think the pre-painted miniatures is a good idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. I will say that I doubt that the quality of them is going to be very good, because I have seen some pre-painted miniatures in my life, and I'm going to be honest, I think that I could paint better than than some of the pre-painted models. So it's not a healthy endorsement of pre-painted models. But I haven't looked into it, so I hope that they are good. And sold in all stores. I think that's really awesome because anybody getting in to wargaming, I welcome any door opening because by God, we need more people. We need more people excited about wargaming because it's awesome. It's so good. I can't duck myself here, so I have to be careful. I think it's ducking awesome or quacking awesome. I love wargaming and I want to see more people get into it. And right now, Games Workshop is like the big door, but I hope there's more doors opening. I don't know if WizKids is the door necessarily that like I'm excited to see opened, but another door is another door, and Games Workshop could use a competitor like Wizards of the Coast. Maybe. I have to think about that, actually. Is all competition good? Yeah, I guess. I think it is. Oh, geez, though. I mean, like, that's kind of like a devil you know kind of situation, you know? Max Fitzgerald with a donation. Thank you so much. He says, Dosh, mate. So nice. Thank you so much. Max, it's funny me talking about the Patreon model because you use it so effectively, I think, and making, I don't know actually how much you want me to say, so, but thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. That's really, really lovely of you. Thank you. Lovely guy. And Dam says, let's see, Dam's, where are your BS? Would you be inclined to spread your battle family? So I don't know what's going on in the comments, guys. I know what's going on in chat. The Glib says, I've been with one page rules since January. I've gotten at least 4 armies out of it. Full armies, nothing exclusive. Plus the discount offered at tier 2 is well worth the price. Yeah, well, that's how they get you. They offer tons of value. So, I mean, then you're just kind of inclined to stick around. Alex with the donation. Thank you. Thanks to you, I got into doing One Piece rules with paper models. I would really like trash mob minis, but this channel would take perverse delight in the Warhammer Fantasy Battle proxies Anto Hammer makes for their Patreon. Thank you so much, Anto Hammer. I will look into that. I don't know about that. And I think that's actually really cool, playing with paper models. I'm a big proponent of paper models. I think that they're really awesome. I obviously, so I love the aesthetic of miniatures, okay? But I like, not everybody can afford miniatures. Not everybody wants to hobby with miniatures necessarily, or like put them together and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of ancillary stuff that comes with miniatures. So I'm a big fan of paper models as an option in games, and one page rules do that. They keep paper models as an option, and I think that's just awesome. So thank you so much again for the donation, Alex. I really appreciate that. Let's see here. Coy Byron says, Wizard of the Coast is also moving towards an effect games as a service model for D&D. I hope they do not get into the Warhammer space heavily. Yeah, see, this is the kind of stuff that I'm kind of worried about. Like, on the one hand, I feel like more games is good. More doors opening for ways to get in. And like, let's be honest, like, Wizards of the Coast are really big. Dungeons and Dragons is huge. And Dungeons and Dragons is a war game. Y'all can't change my mind on this. It's a role-playing game, yes, but it's also a war game. It's best played on a map with models and fighting each other, because it's a sword and sandals kind of game. You know, that's what I would go to. If I want to just role play, I'll play other games for that. Yeah. So I can see, I mean, it makes sense. They kind of have already a foot in the war game. But yeah, I don't like games as a service kind of models, because ultimately the service is just the same stuff they used to do, but now instead of it being free, you pay for it incrementally, and I'm not a fan of that. I don't like that at all. Supernova Friend just says, Ogre's had a big push lately. I'm not sad about it. Ogre, yeah. I love all those old chip-based war games. I'm actually a really big fan of those. Speaking of paper models, you know, I'm a big fan of chip-based war gaming. I love it. I'm thinking of, like, at some stage doing like the 10 definitive war games, or the 10 best war games ever made. And I think that what's it called? Oh geez, I can't remember. I've kind of forgotten it now for a second. Let me just quickly scrolling to find out what obscure communities I belong to. Yes, Kriegspiel. I think that is 100% going to be on that list. Max says, yes, give Discourse money on Patreon. Yes, Give Discourse Minute. I am on Patreon. You can find a link in the description below. Thank you so much, Max. That is very nice of you to say. Dina Hoyle says, give Discourse money on Patreon. Yes, you heard it here first, guys. Dina Hoyle says, give Discourse money on Patreon. Thank you so much for the shout out there, Dina. Yes, Patreon is incredible. If you want to get ad-free content early before everybody else, head there, as well as Patreon exclusive live streams, which is more of a sort of sit down by the old fireplace and have a one-on-one chat with Discourse. There's one next week. In fact, there's one happening next week. So if you sign up today, you'll be able to tell me what time suits you, and we'll be able to work out a good time for most people, if we can try and get most people in there. So it's patreon.com/discourse managers. Yes, I see that I've lost a number of viewers with the shill. But yes, you gotta shill every so often, guys. Gotta shill every so often. Dan Brooks says, is all competition good? Yes, you say, so you're a secret Thatcherite, Discourse. Oh no. I've been caught. I can't actually be too loud about that because I think my dad would kill me if he heard that. No, I'm not. Antenna Chinchling says, one-page rules is so good value that I don't even care. I even don't cancel when there is nothing really interesting me in the monthly release. Yeah, it's pretty cheap. I mean, it's less than a Netflix subscription for a lot of models, you know. It's actually touching on what, like, Warhammer Plus is like £2.50. So, like £7 for the tier 2 of one-page rules. I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. Kevin says, yeah, that's true. They really do choke out good games before they get a chance. Imagine if Hasbro bought GW, says Cloner. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not a big fan of big public companies. I've never seen a company survive going public. I think I've said this before. I've never seen a company survive going public and come out the other end looking good. You know, I'm a much bigger fan of smaller companies kind of building stuff that they love. Like, people who are fans of their own content, you know, like, I'm a big fan of that. It's why I don't, it's not like I don't try to, like, insult anybody here on this channel or anything, but I certainly don't try to disparage hardworking sort of like designers and game designers and stuff like that, because ultimately they're at the mercy of the diktats emerging from the sort of higher executive levels, and the higher executive levels have certain objectives that they want to achieve. And I think that for a lot of designers, a lot of model makers, a lot of people working in this industry, they're huge fans of the games that they make. You know, I don't think you can become a designer in miniature wargaming without being a huge fan, right? Like, we're a very niche community here, guys. But, you know, executives come from all over. There is, do we have to talk business? So there is a thing in business. If you'll find that in the kind of higher levels of many companies, many public companies, there's a lot of accountants, and I know this because I have some friends who are accountants, and many of those accountants have emerged from what are known as the Big Five, so the big five accountancy firms. And the reason why they get hired from those big firms is because those big firms are awful to work for. They have long hours, the pay isn't incredible, and it's just terrible. It's just terrible all over to work for. You don't ever want to work there. But if you've worked there for long enough, it shows that you're a certain type of person who will take a lot of abuse, who will slavishly obey orders, and so therefore you're perfect for the executive level. And so they'll get hired because you're a type of person. And there's a lot of talk, this is gonna get a little bit controversial, I think, but there's a lot of talk about diversity in companies and it working really well for companies, and that is true. That diversity, it actually helps companies because it helps create a diverse amount of opinions and perspectives on things. But what you find is that what you need is a diversity of experiences as well, and you don't get that very often. Often companies, I think, are obey the sort of appearance of diversity instead of the actual substance of it as well. There's a lot of middle class, a lot of higher class people who work in sort of executive level companies, rather than trying to find a wide variety of people. And that's why you get so many people who come from similar backgrounds to one another in these bigger companies. They come from I wasn't prepared to talk about this, but here we are. They come from certain kind of accountancy backgrounds. Often you'll find that they've already been executives at larger companies, and yeah, that's just the reality of kind of corporations that they hire from certain segments of people. And yeah, it kind of sucks, because what that means is that you'll find that there are trends within companies, and people all think very similarly. And it really is a bit of a problem, because what you need for good, strong business is for different perspectives, for different ideas, for innovation. And you just don't get that in corporations as it is right now, and that's a huge problem. Honestly, I think it's almost existential to the way that the systems right now are run. But yeah, they're Space Marines are pretty good. Michael, just with the donation, says, "You're the unsung hero of mini wargaming." Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Michael. That's really lovely of you. I really appreciate that. Sorry, I wasn't prepared to get so real there, guys. But this is from like conversations I have with like a lot of people in like my circle of friends. They are in I can't really say too much, but they are in certain positions, I guess. I'm sorry, I'm not very eloquent right now, because I'm being very careful with what I say. They are in certain positions right now where I don't want to say too much about what they have said, but this is definitely a consensus that I've heard, and I agree with it from everything that I have seen. But thank you so much for the donation, Michael. I really appreciate that. That is lovely of you. That's really nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support, because it's a tough time. It's a tough time for everybody. Meta says, "I thought Corvus Belli was one of the Primarchs." Corvus Belli aren't the people who make Infinity? They're not a Primarch, are they? Spanish Primarch. That'd be pretty cool, actually. Andre, a donation. Thank you so much. The more I learn, the more I love Corvus Belli. I know some people who are really big fans of Infinity, like massive fans of Infinity. Like they swear by Infinity. And I have played games of it. I've talked about it on the channel. There's a reaction-based system there, similar to the New Horse Heresy, guys. But there's a reaction-based system there. I was kind of a little bit thrown off whenever I first saw that was Yugo-Igo, because I'm used to skirmish systems being very much alternating activations. So I was kind of surprised whenever it was a Yugo-Igo system, but the reaction system is interesting. Plus they've got War Crew coming out now. I saw a couple of people in chat earlier mention it. War Crew's coming out. Looks like there's a solo and co-op mode, which I'm pretty excited for. I think that's like a dungeon crawler. And then there's also a skirmish war game system as well. So I'm kind of excited to see how that comes out. Andre says, "Discourse's friends have a very particular set of skills." Haha. Yes. Just Another Gamer says, "GW should host a giant 40k tournament and make the winner CEO. There can only be one. If we don't fight, they'll kill us both." I can be down for that. I think that would be an interesting way to choose CEO. The CEO, I mean, like, they're gonna get sacrificed at the first opportunity anyway, so like, who cares, right? Leach says, "A lot of corporate executive culture rewards maintaining the company status quo despite any issues or lack of innovation." Well, yeah. So, I mean, as much as the CEO, for example, has a responsibility to shareholders in order to maintain shareholder value and to increase shareholder value, they have a mandate to do that. I mean, ultimately, that's kind of a very subjective thing. The shareholders aren't a homogenous group. And in fact, most of them don't care, because most of them are either massive fund groups, they're massive, things like pension funds and stuff like that, and they buy stocks in companies kind of at the behest of like a kind of a trustee, or at the behest of their trustees. They've got like maybe like a management company or something like that who buy stocks and shares. Maybe they buy like a kind of a collated stocks and shares, like a massive fund group. So they don't actually care what's actually going on in Games Workshop, right? Like there's pension funds who have money in Games Workshop stocks. They don't care about the price of a Space Marine. That's not really what they're interested in. But then you also get shareholders, like individuals who own shares. For example, I own shares in Paradox, which turned out to have been a bit of a bad plan because it's down pretty significantly. But for example, I bought some shares in Paradox because I figured Crusader Kings was probably going to be around forever, and it can probably only ever go up. So I bought some of those on a punt, right? But I can't go to Paradox and be like, hey guys, I don't like this new DLC. I change it for me. I'm a shareholder, right? Like, I can't hold the CEO to account. So what does that mean? It means that basically I can't do anything about it as an individual. The massive fund groups don't care. They're the ones who hold the majority of stock. So like, what? How can the shareholders enforce it? Well, just this mandate, they increase shareholder value. But how people sort of perceive that is in the price of the stocks. So oftentimes you get a lot of people who say things like, the price of stocks is irrelevant. It doesn't show you the health of the company. Maybe not, but it shows you the health of the CEO. Think of it like a health bar, right? If that drops low enough, then they could be out. And obviously at the higher levels, they want to avoid that no matter what. So they'll do everything in their power to try and either increase that or, well, maintain it, but really they want to increase that. And that's not always the best decision to do. They might do something like, say, release a version of the game prematurely, which will bring in lots of money all at once. And that will raise the stock price loads. But it might be a really bad addition. It might end up killing the game completely. But it doesn't matter if the CEO's like done, if they've like retired or whatever. Like, that doesn't matter. It's all about short-term thinking, I think. I think in theory it's meant to be long-term thinking, but it's not. I don't think that the safeguards are enough, but I don't know. People are not sure how interested people are in hearing about the, I thought everyone, don't we want to talk about the little toy soldiers, an everyday hobbyist, with the donation. Sorry guys, what I'm doing there is I'm burping because I'm drinking Coca-Cola, so I'm burping. Sorry. Shout out to the Joyce fellas out there. An everyday hobbyist, thank you so much for the donation. Says coming in late, but wanted to ask, what are some mechanic or designs in skirmish games you really like? Hope life's treating you well. Thank you so much. Life is treating me well, all things considered. Life is treating me well. Especially with chat here today. Everyone's being lovely. Let's see here. So an everyday hobbyist, what are some designs in skirmish games you really like? I'll tell you what I like. This is just like the first thing that comes to mind. Well, actually, there's two things, okay? And I'm gonna give you them based on the two games I've been playing because I'm like a magpie, so I've got like the attention span of one too. It's like, so I can only remember the last thing I saw. And what I will say is Carnival. What I like is it's not necessarily a mechanic, but how they treat movement is if you're climbing, it's no different than if you're moving horizontally. So you can go up buildings just as easily as you can walk down a road. And it will work for every game, but for the style of game the Carnival is, which is basically kind of like Assassin's Creed, where you're leaping from rooftop to rooftop, it's set in Venice, right? And you're playing guys like this dude, with like their sword, and they've got like masks on and stuff like that. It works really well. There's no faffing around trying to see if you can climb or not, and how it functions as well. Actually, here's another mechanic that I really like. Whenever you make like an acrobatics check, so say you're jumping over a wall or you're like jumping from rooftop to rooftop, and say you succeed, you get to make another athletics check for free until you stop succeeding. So you can like leap across the map as long as you keep succeeding, and obviously if you fail, you're probably going to fall off a roof and like break a leg. But I think that's a really fun mechanic to keep things moving. Another thing I was going to say is in Lunar, which is the game set on the moon where you're playing astronauts shooting at one another. You're trying to steal space rocks from the enemy. Whenever you get hit, you often go prone because you're on the moon and you're like, whoa, you're like really clumsy. And if someone's thrown and you hit you in the back of the head, like you just auto fall. You're like, ah! But you drop your items. Not all of them. The items you start with stay on you, but you drop like the kind of moon rocks that you're carrying. And then the enemy can run over and kind of like slowly, kind of low grav, kind of leap over and pick up all the moon rocks and go ha 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 and run away with them. And I think that's so much fun. It creates this really chaotic game where you're just constantly trying to steal moon rocks and bash each other's head in. You're throwing your knife at people that's slowly flipping over hitting them in the back, or you're chucking your hammer at them in space. It's just so much fun, and I really dig that. It makes for a very chaotic game, and I think that's a lot of fun. I think more games should be open with being chaotic. I think it makes for a really, really, really fun time. Garfield says, sorry, I was driving while listening to you. I'm 100% on board with you about the diversity thing. Companies worry too much about the diversity of looks, not enough about the diversity of thoughts. Well, it's kind of like, I think that a lot of times they kind of presume that's the case, but you definitely get people who are overrepresented from the same professions, for example, or who have worked in the same companies, for example. You just get a lot of accountants and stuff, which is just a big problem. Let's see here. Discourse owns a share of a company, officially bourgeoisie, says Meta ad infinitum. Come on, it's Paradox. It went really low. It was like the first and only time I've ever tried to buy into stocks, and I got really burned for it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy Paradox stock. That was my plan. I thought I was like being real clever because I think that their stock had gone down really low, and I bought in, and then I didn't realize that there was a fee to buy it every single time, and I bought like one stock, and I was like, oh no, and I paid like way more money for the fee to have bought. It was just a big thing. It was just like a whole deal. It was a whole deal. Suffice to say, I lost a lot of money on these trades. I am not a day trader. Now they just sit there because I'm too afraid to take them back. Kenneth says, hey people, the likes are low, hit the like button, easy to do. Yes, I agree. Thank you so much, Kenneth. That's really lovely of you to say. Orc says, line must go up. Yes, 100%. Meta Infinitum says, it's just tax subsidized gambling for the rich. Okay. Whoa, we're getting very revolutionary in chat here, guys. Let's see here. Gaz Mills says, it's always a balancing act. High prices and you make more profit per item, but sell less. Lower prices and in paper you sell more, so we'll make just as much money. Well, this is the kind of the problem facing, this is the decision that Games Workshop has made. They want to sell a an expensive product. They want to sell a minimum amount of the expensive product, evidently, because they're selling like it's super expensively for a super high price, which means you're just going to get less people who are able to pay that price. Games Workshop made the decision long ago, and they've never sort of moved on from this, except things like the Imperium magazine, which is interesting. So the Imperium magazine is much more affordable for a lot of people. I think I've heard talk about it being more expensive in America, but like in the UK, for example, like I said, it's a pretty affordable price. Obviously, how they get you is that they sort of, you have to subscribe to the magazine. Like you can buy like the first 5 or whatever in store, but you have to subscribe, right? And that you kind of buy in. And then obviously the goal is to get you into the Warhammer ecosystem. And it's in primarily like school kids and stuff. And that works, but it's used as like an entry product. So that's how Games Workshop use pricing to their advantage. They usually sell things cheaper as an entry product to get into the mainline game. And I mean, everybody to some extent does this, right? I think that starter boxes in general offer a little bit more value than just buying things separately. Like that's just kind of the way things are more often than not for most games. And it makes a lot of sense. It's just the extremes that Games Workshop take it to is kind of outrageous. Let's see here. Ronald Carlson says, you like to play Hunter the Vigil? Man, I didn't know you were into BDSM because you gotta be a masochist. Remember that from last stream. Yes, Ronald, I do. I'm a really big fan of Hunter the Vigil. And what do you mean you didn't know I was into BDSM? Have you not seen the videos where I dress up as a Dark Eldar? I mean, come on. Like, do you think you just happen to have that stuff? Clonit says, I suggest you read In the Crossfire. Mechanically, it's very unique in that there's no initiative, turns, or tape measures. That is unique. No initiative, turns, or tape measures. Is it just improv? Like, what is it? How does that work? Meta ad infinitum says, Drummond, just do one-page Rose firefight. Let's see here. Well, Errol has said, Errol said they need to make Kill Team more easier without tons of cards. And he's been recommended one Petrol's firefight, which is fair. Although I gotta say that I understand people who kind of want to stay in the same ecosystem, right? You get this like everywhere, and I think it's something that we do have to acknowledge that people do generally like to stay in the same ecosystem because it's like a shared language. You've got similar mechanics. You kind of know where everything is. You're sort of used to the same paradigm. Like I understand it. It's just like I do feel like people would benefit from trying out different games. That's it. I think that the new Kill Team is good. I think it's okay. Like it's definitely taken a lot of innovations. I don't think it is quite taken off maybe as much as Games Workshop were kind of hoping, because I think it alienated a lot of people at the beginning with the compendium. I think that was definitely a misstep. I think that was a huge misstep, in fact. And I got burned by that. I bought the compendium and I got burned by it. I haven't opened it up and played a warband from the compendium, and it's kind of annoying. So I'm with Uncle Adam on that. I'm not a big fan of that sort of system at all. My problem with Kill Team isn't necessarily in the mechanics on the board. It's in the army building stuff. Also, can I just say with Kill Team, I don't like the fact that there are wrong options. I don't like the fact that there are wrong options. It's kind of ivory tower design. If anyone remembers this style of design, it used to really Dungeons and Dragons used to suffer from it. And it used to be the idea that you would purposefully put wrong decisions in. So if you're building like a paladin or whatever, there's like a wrong decision to make. You know, you could build your paladin wrong, so they won't be optimized. And I think that kind of sucks. And that happens in Kill Team. There are, for example, pistols. There is only one pistol you ever want in Kill Team. It is the plasma pistol. But oftentimes you can choose a plasma pistol, or you can choose a bolt pistol, or you could choose an auto pistol. But they're wrong. Don't choose those. They're wrong. Plasma pistols. Now, I understand why they exist, and that is because Games Workshop wants you to be able to use your miniatures from Warhammer 40k, and that miniature might be armed with an auto pistol, so they want you to be able to use your auto pistol in the Kill Team game. That's fine, but that's just make auto pistols good. Like, just make them worthwhile. Give them a niche. Like, give them an excuse to work. And Games Workshop are beholden to this idea that, well, you know, auto pistols in Necromunda or whatever aren't that great. But, like, who cares? Just make them good in Kill Team. Like, this is a separate game. Like, make it good. Like, make it worthwhile taking. There's people out there who are going to choose auto pistols. It's just not as good as plasma guns. Like, I think that's bad design. Errol says, what, Kill Team have a compendium? Oh god. Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. It has a compendium. Although all the teams in that are slowly being replaced. Dabrick says, 1 million gold pieces is what it takes to start a Blood Bowl team. Well, Blood Bowl recently went up in price, which was upsetting. But, like, generally speaking, it's one of the better Games Workshop games, right? So, an Everyday Hobbyist says, when you say Hunter the Vigil, do you mean the TTRPG? Yes, I do, yeah. The World of Darkness game. I'm a really big fan of Hunter the Vigil. Thomas says Matic games are fantastic. Yeah, so I mean, I haven't played a lot of their games. I do own their halflings. I didn't buy it. I got it for Christmas. I got the little halfling army for Christmas because I love those little guys. But also, I recently was sent out by Matic. They sent me out Firefight and Dead Zone, I think it's called. Oh, sorry. But it's the skirmish game and the actual army level game. I think you get the GCPS, or like a private company, and the skirmish, the vermin. They're like space game and like space rock guys in the skirmish space game, and then in the army level game, the starter box, you get orcs and you get the enforcers, who are like the Space Marine equivalents, you know. And that's kind of neat. Like, it was very nice of them to send that out. I will probably check those games out. My plan is to maybe unbox them on stream, maybe. And basically, an unboxing is you open up the box, you look at the sprues. Right, that's kind of boring. It's not my plan. I'm not just going to do that. I will plan on talking about the stuff, talking about the models, and talking about what I'm actually excited about in terms of the rule system. So I'll probably read up on the rules beforehand, and I'll do it as a mock, like, oh, that's me opening the box for the first time. Except if I do that, you know it's a lie, because I had to take some of the bases, because I've been basing some of my one-page rules models recently, and I usually have like a big box of spare bases that I use for that sort of stuff, because I prefer the kind of those types of bases to the resin bases that you print off on the 3D printer. But I didn't have the big box of bases because it's in storage. So I had to open up the Firefight box. and take those out. So sorry, but not sorry, because I need to get those done soon, because I hope to have some One Page Rules content out. Yes, Dead Zone is correct. Yes, thank you, Thomas. Thomas says Enforcers are not Space Marine. They struck me like the Space Marine equivalent. Like, I know that they're different, right? But it's in the same way that the GCPS are like a private company of humans, or there's like kind of like the Astro Militarum. That says, you gotta remember, dude. You gotta remember, Thomas. Like, I'm viewing all this stuff through the kind of the crazy lens of Warhammer 40k, right? Like, this is moving on from Warhammer 40k. There's like a journey. There's like a journey implied. So I'm like, whenever I look at the factions, I'm sort of looking at them through that guise. And I know that's incorrect. I know that's wrong. Like, because it kind of reinforces the dominance that Games Workshop have over the hobby community. But, you know, like, Enforcers to me struck me as the type of faction that were lower in number. They were super elite and they were like really strong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but to me that's basically kind of a similar gameplay niche as Space Marines, and obviously are designed to emulate Space Marines a little bit, I think. Let's see here. Danny says, I love Battlefield Gothic, but we all know they kill it like they did with Adeptus Titanicus, charging $80 for an ounce of plastic. Wow. Yeah. I see. I don't really play at those scale levels, so I never really kind of catch those sorts of stuff. Thomas says you'll try Firefight and never come back to One Page Rules. I don't know about that. Thing is, I really like One Page Rules, and I know that the system isn't obviously the most in depth, but there is a lot more complication. There's a lot more depth to the game added with some of the tools that you get in their Patreon. Like, they add some meta systems on, which is really interesting. But also, there's something to be said for the speed at which you can play a game of One Page Rules and get it on and off the table. Like, I'm a big fan of that aspect of the game, like, just for wargaming, you know? I think that's really handy, and I think it's definitely a niche for the game, 100%. But I'm open. I mean, I'm always open to new experiences. Like, y'all might be surprised. I'm a really positive person. I know it doesn't come across all the time, but I really love to try new stuff. I'm like, not food. I don't like trying new food. I eat trash, okay? And I don't eat seafood. I don't try anything new when it comes to food. But when it comes to war games, I'll try new stuff. I'm a big fan of trying new stuff. So I'm looking forward to trying it. I really am. I'm looking forward to trying it. And I was looking up some of the lore of the orcs, actually. The orcs lore is kind of interesting. It looks like they were armed by the humans, just by some private company in order to expand their borders beyond the legal mandate that they were allowed, which felt very in keeping with me. And then the orcs just kind of got out of hand. They were like a barbarian peoples who then got guns. So, oops. I think that's a really awesome setting. I really like that about the orcs in the setting. Let's see here. Doshi says, I thought Mars Attacks was cool as well. I love the Martian figures. Yes! This is my big problem with the Kickstarter model. This stuff kind of gets locked away in the vault, in the Disney vault, and you can never ever catch it again unless they decide to sell it. And I'm really sad that I missed out on the Mars Attacks Kickstarter, because I was kind of going through like I'm never going to kickstart another thing ever again at that time. And since then, I've kind of relaxed that rule because it's kind of just, it feels like this is that normalized thing I was talking about earlier. Like, it's just it's everlasting. And I kind of acknowledge that there are people out there, there are organizations and businesses that require Kickstarter, or at least something like that. Like for example, Blackside Studios, they have their own backroom event, but they don't keep things exclusive to Kickstarter, which I like. There's ways to do a Kickstarter, I think, and to moderate the excess that Kickstarter can frequently indulge in. I think the model, the actual model of Kickstarter encourages, it incentivizes predatory practices. But I think there's ways to moderate that as a creator. But anyway, Mars Attacks, those miniatures, very cool. If you've never seen them, Google it. Not right now. Let's see. Actually, Mars Attacks miniatures. Have you ever seen Mars Attacks? Is Mars Attacks still pop culture? Is it still relevant? Or is it not? Is it not relevant anymore? Is it like kind of like nobody knows it? Jack Black was in it. So I don't know what that let's see here. Okay, can we check this out. Like, look at me. Like, I'm like a wee streamer, aren't I? Check me out. I'm like, oh, let's do a react video, guys. Let's look up some Horus Heresy content, react to it live. That actually might be kind of but yeah, so this is This is Mars Attacks, the miniatures game. They look so cool. Like they're so specific to the time. Though I imagine those little bulbs must have been awful. Does anybody have Mars Attacks? Is it like awful to work with? Is it? Y'all tell me. Let's see here, because I really wanted it. Andre says, I'm a positive person, quoting me, Discourse 2022. Yes, exactly. Errol says, hold on, was there a Halo miniature game? There was, I think. There was for a while. There was a Halo miniature game. Definitely. I kind of says, good skirmish and army rules, Conquest, Last Argument of Kings, Conquest, First Blood, look into it. I have heard of Conquest, like Argument of Kings. They have a setting that is interesting. It's very different. It's very Dark Souls-esque from what I've understood, or at least it obeys that sort of design philosophy, the sort of weird. It's not like another tradition Tolkien-esque fantasy, which I'm a fan of. Like, I'm a fan of Tolkien-esque fantasy, even if I have never read The Lord of the Rings all the way through. There's too many songs, too many descriptions of trees. Sorry, I'm aiming that at specific individuals in chat. That's targeted trolling, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, but I'm a fan of taking fantasy and doing stuff that's weird with it. I'm a big fan of that, and so I'm interested in the Conquest: Last Argument of Kings. I do think that I'm not a big fan of the skilling up. I need to see the models in person. I haven't seen them in person, but I don't know. I think I'd find so for those who don't know, the models for Conquest are like 35 millimeters, 40 millimeters. Like, they're bigger than a traditional like 28 to 32 millimeter sculpt. They're just like slightly bigger than everything. And I don't know if I like that, because it means that all your hobby tools and stuff like that need to be designed for that. You know, things like movement trays and stuff. But I'd like to try it. The prices are a bit high. I think the prices are a little bit high. But we'll see. Maybe I'll unbox the starter set or something. Maybe I need to play like a lot more games, so I kind of intended with the channel to do more reviews of alternative games, and I was kind of hoping to review Bolt Action next, because I reviewed One Page Rules, and I went back. I was actually watching my review for One Page Rules earlier today, and I think it really held up. Actually, I'm really happy with it. My hair was so long at some stage. My hair was so long. But yeah, I think it actually holds up pretty well. I think it's pretty good. To be honest, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's the definitive review. Of course, I would say that though. No, that's not true. But I kind of wanna. I want to review more games. It's just that, God, trying to find the time to review games is really, really tough with the channel. Luckily, I pay an editor now. I I decided I didn't want to make any money on the channel. I would instead lose money. So I pay an editor. The upside of that is that I now have time. So I can do things like play games. So I can play Bolt Action and stuff like that. The problem is that I have right now is that, you know, the whole technically homeless thing. So I don't have a lot of my stuff is in storage, like Bolt Action, for example. So I can't really do a review of that. So if I want to review a game, it's probably, honestly, God, like, it's probably gonna be Lunar. To be honest, like, Lunar is the game I've gotten to the table most over the last like couple of weeks, because it's like 3 guys. I'm currently playing a campaign. Like, I'm playing like one game every so often, but it's a campaign. So maybe I'll review Lunar. I don't know if there's like a huge desire for a review of Lunar. Like, it is such a niche game. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know. It's tough to say. Super Don Friendo with the donation. Thank you so much. He says Bolt Action. Yes. Maybe. Well, for you, Super Don Friendo, maybe. I mean, Super Don Friendo has spoken, guys. Like, they have spoken. Like, they want Bolt Action. So maybe Bolt Action. The thing I really like about Bolt Action is that it is basically Warhammer. Now, let me caveat that. It's like a good version of Warhammer. Not to say that Warhammer doesn't have its upsides. Definitely it does. But what I mean by that is, so it's Rick Priestley. Obviously, he has designed Bolt Action. I'm not sure if he co-designed it or not, so apologies if I'm missing anyone out there. I don't have any like Bolt Action book to hand. But Rick Priestley is a designer on Bolt Action, and it is a very interesting game. So it has, obviously it's set World War II. It is a miniatures game set in World War II. It's historical, but it's kind of like a fun historical. You know, it's not too accurate. It's more going for the feeling of authenticity. And it has a really interesting activation system. You take dice and you put them in a bag. I have a certain color, you have a certain color. When we pull out a dice from the bag, whosever color it is gets to activate a unit. They put the dice beside the unit, and the dice have like certain facings. There's like go to ground, move, super move, like advance, like run. There's shoot, things like that. You put it down, and then that's the order that unit gets. They perform the order, then you pull a game from the bag. Really interesting. What that means is that it is an alternating activation system that doesn't necessarily go me, then you, then me, then you. It could go you, me, you, like, so you don't know what's going to happen. So that keeps things really interesting, really fresh. And yeah, I kind of really want to play it. I really want to play Bolt Action. I'd really like to try it. So I got the Islands of Blood set. It's in storage. I'll probably like review it through that. But in the meantime, while I'm like here in this situation, I don't know what I'm going to do. Probably like a lunar game or something like that. But I think people are interested in the reviews. It's just that like they are just like a ton of work. And like, I've got to cover like the kind of recent events because I have to keep things relevant. Otherwise people don't care about them. Marcel with the donation. Thank you so much. I've been using my Flames of War minis with the battle group rules. It can be scaled up to 28mm for Bolt Action. I find it's a better play system. Thank you so much, Marcel. Thank you for the tip as well. So I have heard of Flames of War. I have heard of it, and I have watched a few battle reports from the Modeling for Advantage guys. I've done a few podcasts with those guys as well, if you want to check those out. And they have, and I've watched a few of their games, and they look really interesting. I've never thought about scaling up, because that's the thing, right? I saw the Flames of War was like a smaller scale, and I kind of write off games a little bit. I know I shouldn't. It's just, I'm not there in my life. I'm not at that place yet where I want to buy a big box of like Waterloo or anything like that for like the smaller scale. But it's interesting you say it can be scaled up. Now that really does, that piques my fancy, Marcel, because I've heard really good things about Flames of War. So thank you so much. Ariel with the donation. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm very interested in Lunar, but I can't find a 2x2 moon surface here in the US. Maybe 22x30 will do. You can't find it in the US, Ariel. Well, let me help you out. Okay. So Blacksite Studio, they sell moon mats. They sell mats because Blacksite Studio are the creators of Lunar, and they also happen to create tons of amazing terrain. That's where they started. They started in terrain with pre-painted MDF boards and with resin style terrain like STLs and things like that. So I would check them out. They do a mat. I got a mat with Lunar. It's storage though, so rip me. But yeah, no, I would recommend checking those guys out. And thank you for the donation. I hope that I could be useful. The problem with Blackside Studios is that they don't really deliver to the UK. Whenever they do their kind of backroom deals, which is kind of like their Kickstarter, but not really, they supply to the UK via Spectre Miniatures, I think it is, and that's how I got Lunar. But I don't know if there's any way really to get it in the UK. I think they're trying stuff out. It's just shipping. Shipping is very expensive. They're like a small company, and they're a little bit more expensive than a lot of other places. But for that, you get kind of like a premium service and a boutique experience. Rather than just paying the boutique prices and then getting some Walmart stuff, the way the kind of Games Workshop do it. Like they actually give you a little bit of a boutique experience. I think I showed off the packaging. I'm just a big fan of their novel packaging with the food parcels and stuff like that you get for your Lunar stuff, or the VHS tapes. All the minis come in VHS tapes for their horror games, which I'm a big fan. Wargame Ramble says, the dice activation system comes from the Hex and Counter Wargames, referred to as Chit Pool there. It's a great system for introducing chaos onto the battlefield. Thank you so much for saying so. I didn't know that. So I have played chit-based war games, and I watched some very small channels. This is what you find is that there's not like yeah, it's kind of hard to make it on YouTube if you're just covering chit-based war games, like guys, I gotta say. But I watch a lot of those channels because like I'm here for it. Like I am an audience member of that sort of content. And I don't play them very often because like it's really hard to convince people to play chit-based war games. It's like really hard to get people into that. But thank you, thanks for letting me know. Rob, with joining the membership, the Discoursers. Welcome to the Discoursers, Rob. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much. That's excellent. You should find that you'll have access to exclusive colors on the Discord. You'll be able to set yourself apart as a Discourser. So thank you for that. Welcome to the squad. Welcome to the team. Louis says, "Oh, that's new to me, Dan. Happy to hear it." Right, see this conversation and stuff like that. I'll just not interject, guys. It's okay. Doshu says, "Discourse. If you're interested in bolt action, check out the 2 are War Games, Nuts Rules, and 2 Fat Lordy's Chain of Command." Yeah, so I've heard of 2 Fat Lordies. I've heard of Chain of Command. I've heard really good things about Chain of Command, and I'm kind of interested. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. But I tell you what, though, actually, for those who like hear the words bolt action and then they hear historical and they tune out because they're not really interested in historical miniatures, they're not really interested in like playing a World War II game, which I totally understand. There is a game that uses very similar mechanics, which is called Gates of Antares, and Gates of Antares is a pure sci-fi game. It's a pure sci-fi game, but it uses very similar mechanics to bolt action, and it is also designed by Rick Priestley. In fact, it's Rick Priestley's like wonderkinder. If you have ever watched the Office or whatever, it's Rick Priestley's baby, and it is interesting mechanically. There's some very interesting stuff about it. I've spoken about it before on the streams. I always end up coming back to the same games. Probably should talk about some other games. Five Parsecs from Home, for example. But yeah, so it is the sci-fi version of bolt action. Might be worthwhile checking that out. The miniatures are pretty affordable. I would say pretty affordable. Definitely a lot more affordable than Warhammer. So if you're moving on, that's a game. Although it's got like a very Mass Effect sort of aesthetic, which I don't think is going to be for everybody. But it has a Mass Effect aesthetic, and I know that some people are really into that. But yeah, I mean, like, I guess I suppose it's kind of interesting. We got Horus Heresy here, basically acting like, I don't know if you guys ever heard of the kind of like the funnel system, right? Like it's a funnel and people fall into it. Like Warhammer 40k, well, I've said a kill team. It's probably the widest funnel. It's the easiest game to kind of get into because you buy like a box, and that's going to catch most people. But then a lot of people fall into 40k. They go down, further down the rabbit hole. They get into 40k, People who like fall into 40k, I think, are going to get down, caught into Horus Heresy. And then the people who fall into Horus Heresy are going to get caught into playing the exclusive Forge World Horus Heresy models, I guess. It's like the next deeper level, the next iceberg level, I suppose. Looking forward to Discourse your performance on God Tier competition soon. Hope there will be stream for this event. Yes, there will be. It will be streamed, but it'll be streamed over at Hailstorm Mikey's channel. He will be streaming the battle. I will be facing off against Kirioth in a battle for the ages to determine who is the best. He is not very confident, and neither am I. So that should make for a very compelling battle. I don't know. I think we need like a storyline. That's what tournaments need, in my opinion. I think all good tournaments require a storyline. So let me create one right now. Let's see. What should I go for, guys? Like, should I be antagonistic or should I be like the foil? Should I be like the villain? I think I should probably be the villain. I usually am in war games. Maybe I should like be like one of those heels. Yeah, like wrestling, right? Because I got a couple of friends who are into wrestling. I'm not like super into wrestling. But I could be a heel. I could be like, I could come on with evil music with like a sinister song of some kind. Evanescence. It's an Evanescence or something, Ooh, I'm here. Play nothing. So the God Tier, there's different classes in that game. and they all get points for different things, or more points for different things. So, for example, there's the Slayer class, who get points for killing enemy heroes. There's the Whirlwind, who gets points for killing followers, who are like the smaller minions. And there are people who get points, I can't remember what you call them, like the Guardians, for protecting their flag on the board. I will play nothing but Slayers. I'll just be like, I'm going to murder everybody. And I'll be like the heel. They'll call me Discourse the Dreadful or something. Dreadful Discourse. DD. That's the tournament. No, I'm coming for Kirioth. I'm coming for him. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah, be aggressive. That's what I'm being told. Yeah, Thomas is saying be aggressive. There we go. I have to at some stage. Can someone hand me a mic so I can like grip it and be like, I'm coming for you, Kirioth. This is it right here. That's it. Yeah, like this is how tournaments go down. Like I used to watch a lot of StarCraft 2. I'm a big fan of sort of tournament rivalries and stuff like that. So maybe we should get something like that going. Although maybe I shouldn't have said this on stream because it's kind of like peek behind the curtain. I'm trying to remember. There's like a name for people who insist on wrestling being real. I can't remember what the name is, that it's actual combat of some kind, rather than just like kind of performance. Yeah, it's a theater, very 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 violent theater. Let's see here. Symbiombo says go in full Dark Eldar attire. This is an idea, although I think I might have a little bit of difficulty getting through security because I gotta get a flight. Because I'm in Ireland, so I gotta get flown over to England. And I'm actually really looking forward to the event because there's gonna be a ton of other creators there. It's going to Quipster, Kirioth, Pleasant Kenobi, Kegs, just tons of people. And I'm really, really looking forward to meeting everybody. I think it'll be a lot of fun. And yeah, like the game itself is a lot of fun too. So God Tier is a very competitive game, I would say. It's a very fast game. A lot of decision making that's made. I think Blackjack Legacy, who will also be there, I think it was like his favorite game of like 2021, and he covers war games, right? Like he covers war games, and I think it was like his definitive on his channel, like his best game. Like I think it was 2021. I think that's when it came out. So yeah, like I'm very very interested to get playing with everybody. I'm looking forward to it. Scythed says Discourse be the villain, Discourse the bloody handed. Yes, that's the goal. That's definitely it. Gaz says Gates Monteri's definitely deserved a bit more love from the community. Yeah, there's people out there who are really big fans of it, but I think so. I do have a bone to pick. I have a bone to pick about Gates Monteri's. I don't think it was marketed very well, and I don't think that the aesthetics of the game were done very. I think that Warlord Games are too enmeshed in the idea of historical miniatures, right? Because their biggest games are all historicals. And it's kind of a problem that I see in Horus Heresy as well, and it makes me less interested in Horus Heresy. And that is the problem of similarity. For example, like Horus Heresy, let's be honest, guys, I know there are alternative factions, but really, it is brother versus brother. And that is Horus Heresy. It's Space Marines versus Space Marines. And what that means is that I'm not super interested because I'm not super interested in Space Marines. And I love to have a diverse amount of different models on the table. I love the aesthetics of miniatures and I love looking at them. And there is definitely something very hauntingly beautiful about a full like Napoleonic table. And I do really like that. But like if I can get diversity on the table, like I'm gonna take diversity on the table. I like asymmetry. Historicals, they struggle with asymmetry, right? Because with historicals, it's like there's only so many ways you can say this guy has a spear. And so therefore what that means is that oftentimes the things that make units different, the things that make armies different, are usually quite subtle when compared to a game like Warhammer 40k in historical games. They just are. And I feel like Warlords fell down a similar road when designing Antares and when marketing Antares. A lot of the units, there's factions in that game that look very, very similar. Like they have very little diversity. There are some factions that look a little bit different, but like there's factions in that game that look basically the same, including in the starter box, which was a big mistake. I genuinely can't tell the two different factions apart except by using the color scheme in that starter box, which I think is a huge misstep. You should have two very different factions in your starter box, in my opinion. But also in terms of, like, there's, for example, there are things like the force fields. You can put down force fields that you can shoot through, but your opponent can't shoot you. Like the Gungans in Star Wars Episode 1. And that's awesome. But lots of people can do it. Like, it's not like unique to a faction or anything, which was like a huge error, I think. I think that should have been a thing a faction does. There's like one faction who does that really well. But they made it too similar to historicals. Like, bolt action suffers from this, but it's far more understandable in bolt action because, like, there's only, an American soldier is very similar to a British soldier, right? When you're comparing like a Space Marine versus an Orc, you can get a lot more difference there. So I think that's a bit of a problem for Gates of Antares. I think that it's not as exciting, if things are the same. Sam says Warlords of Erowyn is a fantasy game that uses the bolt action activation system as well. Yeah, that's good. Warlords of Erowyn was designed by Rick Priestley as well, and that's why. This is like very much. This is Rick Priestley does this a lot. This activation system. Mythic Americas does the same thing because Mythic Americas uses the bones of Warlords of Erowyn. Warlords of Erowyn was sort of originally designed to be a universal system that any game system can use, similar to GURPS. And yeah, it's an interesting system. I don't think it quite took off maybe that way. What I'll find is, so I read like a lot of different systems. Like, I check out like a lot of different games. There's like plenty of like Osprey, Blue Book games. And what you'll find is a lot of these games that, like, say, for example, I was reading Ragnarok the other day. Ragnarok is the game of heavy metal Vikings. And it's a very interesting game, right? Like, it's fun. There you go. There's Ragnarok, right? It's the heavy metal combat in the Viking Age. And it's an interesting game. Like, I like it. I'm having fun with it. And it's all about, you play war bands of Vikings and there are mythic monsters and stuff like that. It's a very interesting game. But in the game, the designer, the writer is like, I'm using this specific system. I can't remember what it's called. We'll call it like the fear system. It's the fear system. And here are the game, this can be used in any game at all. If you have played using the fear system before, then welcome aboard. You don't need to read pages, 13 to 24, but you can start away with all the stuff that's unique to Ragnarok on page 25. But if you haven't, well, check out the fear system on pages 13 to 24. And I'm like, the hell's the fear system? Has anybody heard of the fear system? Like, does anybody know this system at all? Because I guarantee that, like, no one does. Like, this system did not take off. Like, I'm presuming that the designer, presumably, is like planning on maybe at some stage releasing more games, maybe, but it's not the only one. It's like Osprey systems get this all the time, where they're sort of like, they make up a name for the system, and then you never see that system again. And it's like, maybe it should have just been the system used in Ragnarok. Maybe that's the system. But I get why people do it, because it means then they can like create another system. Like, they don't need to create another system if they want to do a different setting, But yeah, it could have just been Ragnarok, the Ragnarok system. Wargame Ramble says, I'm surprised Horus Heresy isn't all Games Workshop does. Space Marines versus Space Marines, it's their perfect Seals world. Well, yeah, I've kind of joked about this in the past, but it's not like haha joke. It's more like a kind of like they probably are kind of joke. But I kind of feel sometimes like Horus Heresy is designed to monetize Space Marine players again. Like, for example, you have Firstborn Marines, and then lots of people love them. Lots of people love Space Marines. And then Firstborn Marines get replaced with Primaris. Soft replaced. Not like totally, but like soft replaced. So those Space Marine fans, they buy loads of Primaris Marines. And lo and behold, we're like done now. We've painted a ton of Primaris Marines. We've done a bunch of Primaris Marines. And most people's collections are done. And what's coming out? New Space Marines. A completely new type of Space Marines. guess we're going to have to buy these too. And I really can't help but feel sometimes like Horus Heresy is I can't help but be a little bit cynical and think that Horus Heresy is designed just to monetize Space Marine players again. And I'm kind of curious, like, if Horus Heresy ever starts, like, they're kind of like, oh, well, Horus Heresy is at the end of its days. We're not going to support it anymore. What are we going to do now? Someone's going to be like, Primaris Marines and Horus Heresy? Maybe there was maybe Call started working on them a little bit earlier. Oh, jeez. Like, that's just, that's kind of spooky, guys. But yeah, sometimes I joke about that, but I'm not really like joking. I'm kind of more being half serious. Kind of like how whenever Games Workshop, whenever leaks emerge in the community, woohoo, slightly blurred and hard to see. I wonder who has purposefully blared their camera and taken a picture and then put it out into Twitter. I wonder who's done that. I wonder who benefits at all from us talking about leaks and from talking about the newest releases that are on the way up. The ones who this discourse won't really filter out to people in terms of spoilers, in terms of the wider community, but will, however, filter out as talk about Warhammer because it keeps us invested and interested. I wonder who is doing that. Could it be Mantic? Dan Brooks says breaking the law. Yes, 100%. That could be the music. That could be my song. Yeah. Leech says, I feel like the only unique faction from Antares was the Boromites. I don't know enough about the names of the factions. I know them all visually, or I don't, which is part of the problem. But I know them all sort of visually. I like the guys who had all the turbans and stuff. They were like the traders. I kind of like those guys. There's like the Gar as well. There's the ones, maybe it's the Boromites that are more like the goblin-y kind of dudes. They were kind of neat. Thomas says, you have 2 different factions in Horus Heresy box. You just need cosmetics packs to make them different. Well, yeah, in theory, right? But like I figured that what you could do was just paint them all the same color and just use them as a Space Marine force. And I think that's what a lot of people are going to do, right? Because really, when you think about it, I was talking earlier about the kind of how things get normalized in the hobby. When you think about it, how come so many boxes are like, here's 2 factions? Why do I have to buy 2 factions? Why don't I just buy the faction that I want to buy? What's that about? Like, and I get it. Like, I understand why, right? So before anybody gets at me, like, I do understand why, because you're kind of, earlier on I was talking about it, the communal aspect of wargaming. You want to play with other people, so you want to get people into the game as well. So it's a starter box. There's forces for 2 people. You and a friend can buy in. But like, why isn't there more just I buy an army? Warlock games do this a lot. Obviously, there's like combat patrols from Games Workshop, which is kind of funny because it's like that's the closest thing that they have to just buying an army. The combat patrol. If you go to like Warlord games, you can like buy an army. You know what I'm saying? Like you can buy an army for like $100. But with Games Workshop, it's like, buy our combat patrol. What will I get in the combat patrol Games Workshop? A playable experience, maybe? Kinda? Not really? If you've ever watched Midwinter Middies does a really good series where he does battle reports for the combat patrols, and actually I really like those. Or it was the start collecting boxes. I like start collecting boxes like combat patrols, but I just kind of find it funny that they don't sell like 1,000 points, 2,000 points in a box like Warlock Games does it. Why not Games Workshop? And the answer is because it would look like this. It'd be like 200 quid, you know. It would be like a really expensive box, which would not look good against a lot of other companies. Brian says, WTF to our stalking. Yes, I will have you know that like I don't come out of these very good. But I really enjoy the streaming. I really enjoy them because I get to chat with you guys. I I get to chat with you guys. And I actually have a lot of fun doing this. I actually enjoy the streaming, quite a lot. The videos sometimes are tough, but I really enjoy the streaming. It's a lot of fun. Dan Brooks says the Star Wars Holiday Special with Lumpy the son of Chewie. Oh God, this is like one of those comments where I kind of start reading it and I'm like, shouldn't have picked this one. I have subjected myself to it previously, and yet it is still better than the Phantom Menace. Uh-oh, we got political. Uh-oh. Which, to be honest, was the Phantom Menace. Like, the Phantom Menace was a political movie. It was a very political movie. It's all about politics. That was what made it so good. I really liked that aspect of it. It was kind of interesting. Very ballsy, I think, of George Lucas. To be like, George Lucas? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. In my head there, I got Lucas and Spielberg mixed up. I don't know why. I guess it's because they're both two twinkly-eyed older gentlemen with white beards. But yeah, I kind of admire like George Lucas, like the follow-up to the Star Wars series. Everybody loved it. What do? What movie do you make? You have full creative control. We've just seen Luke fight his father, Anakin, Darth Vader, for the fate of the galaxy, the emotional heart of the galaxy for right or wrong. Existential good versus existential evil in a big laser fight. What do you do next? There's been a trade dispute. Said did the negotiators. Oh, hey, it's Darth Vader as a child. I mean, come on, like that's, wow, like, you gotta hand it to Lucas. Like, that guy had a vision, which is not what I could say about the newest Disney movies, but we'll not go into Disney here. I thought that I'm not going to go into my opinion on the recent Disney movies. The prequels were what the prequels were. I have witnessed them become transformed as the generation who watched them as a child are now getting older and being able to inform the discourse around the Star Wars trilogies. But people used to hate them. Now I think people love them. I think they got memed in the goodness. Because I love all those Star Wars memes. I really do. They're so funny. They're so funny to me. Scythen says, GW had that in 2008. I bought a Space Marine Battle Force with 20 tacticals, 10 assault marines, a rhino, a predator tank, and a command box for 120 euros. Yes. I think I've showed off like the Eldar. I bought an Eldar one. I mean, in fairness, I can't even remember what the points costs were in those boxes. I don't remember them being a full army though. Because I remember the Imperial Guard one being kind of garbo. You always got a Sentinel, if I remember right. Like, you always got a Sentinel. Because I didn't like the look of Sentinels. I've actually warmed up on them a lot now, but I didn't like the look of Sentinels. And you always ended up with them. So I always ended up with a bunch of Sentinels that I didn't want because I thought they were useless. Because they were just, like, really poorly armored. They died the moment somebody looks at them. They add, like, a little bit of firepower, but not a lot. Like, but I was a kid back then, chat. You can't hold me accountable. Clontaf says, anyone remember the 5th edition era battalion boxes? 5th edition boxes. I mean, I remember the 4th edition boxes, definitely. Thomas says, Discourse standard Horus Heresy of 3,000 points. Full army and starter box will be hair-raising for most people. Yeah, so, I mean, this is what I talked about. With Horus Heresy, 3,000 points, at least that was the standard, right? I think that they've reduced the points in the new system. But I think that it's pretty uncontroversial that this isn't a full army. That I think that if you really push it, it can get to like 2,000 points, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think you can push it to like 2,000 points. But like 3,000 is probably where you want to go. So it's a lot of points you need for Horus Heresy. But like I said, like Horus Heresy is designed, I think, for the expert players. You know, it's designed for the expert players. It's designed for the sort of the nostalgic ones, the ones who would have dropped out otherwise. I think the models are designed for people who are sort of don't have the time anymore for Warhammer, but will buy into the nostalgia, kind of like me. Because in theory, I don't have time for Warhammer anymore. I'm playing all these other games. I still play Warhammer every so often. But I'm tempted to play Horus Heresy. I don't think I can afford an army, though. Like, I don't think I can afford an army. Tarmanel, thank you so much for the donation with the thumbs up. Kind of wish I had the Milk Toast Minis cap here for my YouTube. That's why I could go as Milk Toast Minis and just be super enthusiastic about everything. Oh my god, maybe I'm not the heel. Maybe I'm I don't know what you call them, like the John Cena. Maybe I'm John Cena of God tier. Thank you so much, Tarmanel. I really appreciate that. It really does. It's very lovely of you. But I just maybe that's what I need to be. Oh god, like, so I'm just looking at chat now, and it's just descended in the Star Wars conversation. Can we talk about the Star Wars that's relevant, you guys? Can we talk about Star Wars Legion? Because let me tell you, actually, to be on theme for the stream. Oh, that sounded really good. If someone were to say to me, I don't want to play Warhammer, but I want to play a war game. But I want to play a war game that's kind of vaguely popular, isn't a historical, it's a sci-fi game, innovates on Warhammer in a lot of ways. I don't like the You Go, I Go system. And I'm a big fan of Star Wars, or I'm vaguely interested in Star Wars. I think the game I'd recommend them is Star Wars Legion, honestly. If that was the kind of like the things that they were really interested in, I think I would recommend Star Wars Legion. I think Star Wars Legion has problems. I think it's expensive. I think it is expensive. And I think obviously there's like licensing fees and stuff like that. I step away from the mic to take a breath. Bit of a random reference there. But also there's kind of the problem, the classic Star Wars problem, where the game, like the world, the universe, the IP isn't designed from the ground up to be a war game, right? Like Warhammer is designed from the ground up to be a war game. You have so many factions, and they're all designed to be to fight one another. There is no good guy. There is only war, you know. Star Wars isn't that. Star Wars is like, there's an evil empire, it runs the galaxy, and there's some plucky rebellion going on, but they're very low count, very low model count, and you need like the protagonist of this series of movies to save the day. You need Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and Leia. So you make a war game out of that. What's that mean? Well, it means that that it's very character focused, right? Like, so Darth Vader is really important. Emperor is very important. That guy who was on Hoth, very, very important. Tarkin. No, Tarkin was never on Hoth. Tarkin never left the ship. He was blown up with the Death Star. Spoilers. The one competent officer in the Empire. You know, Leia, Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Chewie, like these are all really important characters, which means they're larger than life. It's also, there's two factions, right? There's the Empire and the Rebels. Like, that's not like an incredible setup for a war game, because you're going to get lots of mirror matches, which is like the worst thing ever in any game, any strategy game. Mirror matches suck. I'm looking at you, chess. And so, like, that's going to be a struggle. They've come out now with the Clone Wars as well. They came out with that like 2 years ago, which is really interesting then. You know, so you've added in more factions, but then there's kind of like a little bit of wiggling to be done, because you got clones fighting stormtroopers and Confederacy droids fighting, you know, rebels. Kind of doesn't really work, but it does. You just kind of have to be like, you know, like, I feel like you can create scenarios in your head for why these forces would be fighting each other, but now you've only got 4 forces, right? So it kind of struggles there. On the other hand, though, that's kind of worked out to their advantage, I think, because it's made all the factions a little bit more balanced against one another. Like, balance is very similar. You don't get like a Harlequin situation the way that you've got in 40k. But again, that's also down to the sort of business level, because Asmodee or AMG Games now, rather than Fantasy Flight used to make it, AMG Games, they don't release codices, right? Like, it's not a codice system. It's unit cards. Let's see if I have any. Do I? No. I've got lunar unit cards here. You know, so you get like cards for your units. What that means is you get all the stats. You get all the stats. So everything you need to know. This is, just imagine this is the Star Wars. This is the real Star Wars, right? You get like all the stats. You get your health, you get your, you know, special rules and stuff on that. So there's no running around codices to get that. What that means then is that the sort of cycle that you get with Games Workshop, where Toy last month got a new box. Oh boy, it's Toy month. And then Adeptus Custodians got a new, a new book, and they get like a new range refresh. You don't get that with Star Wars. It's just like next month there's some Stormtrooper guys. There's some, rebel stuff. There's some, every faction gets a little bit of everything every so often. It's just kind of filtered out. And they come with the unit card, so you don't need to buy, like, any new supplemental materials. Like, you just buy the units and you get it. And I like that. Like, I'm a big fan of that kind of model. And it sometimes, yes, it does. There is an issue of power creep a little bit, but the power creep is kind of like internal balance, so it means that later units that are released for the Empire might be better than earlier units released by the Empire. But the disparity isn't that wide. Things get balanced, like the points attributes and stuff like that get balanced on cards, try and keep the older stuff more relevant. So I'm a big fan. Yes, General Veers, says Jimmy. Yes, yeah, it is. It's General Veers. I always forget that guy. I always forget all like the random generic like Imperial officer names because they're like just some guys. Louis Beebe says, or Brick Vader. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm a big fan of that style. And I think that has a lot of advantages over the Codice system. Namely, I guess you don't really need to release a book explaining what the Empire is to most people because it has a lot of cultural cachet. That on Wikipedia exists, so you can just check that out. And I like that. Like, I actually enjoy Star Wars Legion. Like, I think it's a stronger game than Warhammer. And I think that Games Workshop, probably were quite worried when Star Wars was being floated around to different companies, because I mean, like, Star Wars is like a very big IP, and I feel like if there's Warhammer exists off the back of its IP. If there's any IP who could kind of combat it, it's Star Wars. So, but obviously it hasn't worked out that way. It's kind of funny, actually. I find that a lot of big IPs and worlds that aren't wargaming don't perform great in wargaming. So like Fallout, Wasteland Warfare, like the Fallout IP, I would say is pretty strong in video games, but it hasn't converted into users at all. Like Fallout Wasteland Warfare has a very small population. It's good though, because that's fine. Like Fallout Wasteland Warfare can be played solo, and so that's fine, I guess. But it's just kind of surprising. Same with the Batman miniatures game. Not a huge community around that. There is though. There's a big community around Marvel Crisis Protocol. That has really taken off, I think. But Marvel, I guess, is like such a juggernaut. Like, it's bigger than Star Wars, Like, so I guess Marvel does quite well. Bigger than Batman, certainly. Even though I think that Batman is cooler. He is cooler than the Marvel guys. Okay, so let's see here. Eric says the cost to upgrade all my X-Wing minis would have been ridiculously expensive, so I never switched over. Yeah, I've heard stories about X-Wing that make me a little bit like. The things about X-Wing I'm not a huge fan of is the fact that it's space combat. I'm just not a big fan of space combat, guys. To be honest. Ooh, sorry, I was waving my Coke over my computer, which has a massive fan, like a big hole in the top of it. So I don't want to spill. Wargame Ramble says, it's surprising that Games Workshop didn't buy the Star Wars rights so they could just ignore them to death like they're doing with Lord of the Rings. Well, sometimes I wonder, like, Games Workshop, did they get really nervous about buying another big IP? Because, I mean, Games Workshop kind of got burned by Lord of the Rings. Remember, the big bubble in the early 2000s. Lord of the Rings was so big, Games Workshop went all in on Lord of the Rings. They opened up new stores everywhere, like loads of money was flying into Games Workshop. And then the bubble burst, like people just stopped being interested in Lord of the Rings, and bam. Suddenly they were in really dire financial straits. So I wonder if that's kind of scared them away from like IPs that they can't control, and that actually probably explains why they were so reluctant to sell the rights to their IP, to license them out for other stuff, because they just didn't want this kind of waxing and waning popularity out there. They wanted it to be consistent. They wanted to control as much as possible their own IP. But I would be surprised if they didn't put in a bid for Star Wars. Like, I feel like it would have been perfunctory for them to have put in some sort of bid, even if they didn't try very hard. Riverbank says Imperial Stormtroopers hit on a 7 using a D6. Well, so this is like a problem I have with Star Wars Legion. Because it comes from Fantasy Flight Games. Fantasy Flight Games, of course, are in the board game market, and so Fantasy Flight released special dice and special tools that you would use in the game of Star Wars, which means that they use what's known as the white dice, which just have a lower percent chance of hitting than black die or a red die. So they just have like a worse dice for shooting, basically. But they have a stronger aim action. They have a special rule called precise. Only a stormtrooper would be so precise. And so they get more benefits from aiming, basically. And that's kind of how they square that circle. They're rubbish at firing, but also they're meant to be incredible in the lore. So that's how they square that circle, which is fine. Like, I like the Stormtroopers. So I clicked Empire, and I have a bit of a Rebel force, and I bought some droids as well, because I quite like the Separatists, because I agree with them. I agree in liberation from the defunct Republic. Let's see here. Gazmil says the same thing happened with Ares having Battlestar Galactica, Mongoose with Starship Troopers, and Babylon 5. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Let's see here. Ahmed says Lord of the Rings for Games Workshop was like X-Men for Fox. If they don't use the IP, they risk losing it, and that's why the lackluster release and support. Yeah, I mean, like, totally. Of course. They don't want to lose it at all. I'm really curious as to whether or not they're gearing up any investment in Lord of the Rings at all for the new Amazon release. I think someone else mentioned it in chat there too. Yeah, Thomas mentioned it. And I'm curious to see whether or not that does actually, we end up getting like a bunch of new stuff. Because let's be honest, like right now, they're scrapping. They're trying to find some more stuff. You see there, they've recently updated all like the Men of Rune, for example. Like they've done the Scouring of the Shire. They have done the Lord of the Rings. They've done the Hobbit bits. They've done all the battles. They've done the battle in the West. They've done the battle in the East. Like they've done everything. They're just like trying to find some angle. And why not the new Amazon series? Although that said, though, I bet the new Amazon series is probably off limits to them, because that probably has like a subdivided IP that would need to be licensed. You know, like the Games Workshop probably have a license to make certain things, like the movies, for example, but they can't make like other stuff. So who knows? Who knows what their contracts look like? Dabrick says the Amazon thing looks as poor as Jackson's movies were. I reserve judgment, but I'm not like super excited for it, honestly. Let's see here. For Wargame Ramble says GW can't afford to lose Lord of the Rings either, because they don't want a competitor to have their IP. Just look at Star Wars and Marvel as their biggest threats. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I actually don't know who Games Workshop view as their biggest rivals. You're probably right. It's probably Star Wars Legion. But the thing is, like, Games Workshop, they very much have a monopoly on the war game discourse, to the extent where most people perceive the hobby to be the Warhammer hobbies first, and then the kind of like the war game hobby, I guess, second, right? And you'll see that. I mean, like, if I'm saying moving on from Warhammer 40k in the title of this, I think for a lot of people, they suspect that means to Horus Heresy, or to Kill Team, or to like Necromunda, or like that, or like AOS. Like, I'm gonna play Age of Sigmar, you know, because most people stay within the ecosystem of Warhammer. Like, they're gonna stay within the ecosystem of Warhammer, and it's the same thing all over. You get it in the TTRPG space with Dungeons and Dragons. Most people just stay within the Dungeons and Dragons space, and it's a very hard barrier to fight. I think there's a lot of different reasons for that. Some of them good, some of them bad. Some of them make total sense to me. I think some of them are not like great. I think a lot of reasons are that you end up getting a sort of a loyalty to a brand, which is exploited by said brand. It's maintained, and I think it's a toxic sort of relationship, because it obfuscates a commercial relationship as some form of parasocial one, which I'm not a big fan of. So I don't like that. But there's lots of different reasons, basically. And so, this is why IPs are so important, though. A way to sort of get the jump on those, get a little bit of juice going on something like that, is to something like Star Wars Legion, to have a recognizable IP that people already know and love, because they're big fans of it, so they kind of want to support that IP. They want to engage with it in every way they can. And so, like I can't even remember where I started on this. I was talking about how they monopolize the discourse. Yeah, like, I mean, like, war game, that's the war game hobby, unfortunately. That's where we are, and it's so hard to, like, try different games. Like I said, moving on from Warhammer 40k, but that wasn't for me personally. That was more like for the community. Is the community moving on to Horus Heresy? And as I said before, I don't necessarily think so. I think that a lot of people are still excited for 40k. I think that Horus Heresy is going to be used as a supplement for many people to just get Space Marine armies in the starter box. I think that's why there's so much excitement around these starter box. Girl Painting says, I think two factors did hold Lord of the Rings back for really taking off in the beginning. New Line Cinema forced GW to reduce the scale of the miniatures to 26mm. Did they? Huh. That's actually surprising. So one of the things I like about Lord of the Rings is the scaling. I'm not like the biggest fan of heroic scaling. I really like realistic scaling. Maybe it's because I was in the Games Workshop ecosystem for so long, and I got really used to the heroic scale. And then, so when I first saw hands that were like normal size, I was like, whoa, how am I gonna paint these? Joke was on them. I don't paint models very well. At the time, the first time I came across a non-heroic scale model, I didn't paint models at all. So I was like, neat. I like it. So it's always like novel to me in some way. I'm always just interested in that. Siphon says sound outages for a few secs, but now it's back. Oh, good. Yeah, so we might have problems with the internet. My internet here isn't the greatest. Plus, I have this all set up on my computer rather than my laptop, and I think I have far too many USB cables going in and coming out of the computer. And so what that means is that it sometimes struggles. There's been some recordings that have been ruined by it, I'm not gonna lie. But I need all those wires plugged in, so it's been a bit awkward. Can you hear me now, Scything? Can you hear me now? Let's see. George says, "Will Space Marine Games Workshop wouldn't survive." That is an interesting position. That is almost interesting enough to do a video on, maybe. Would Games Workshop survive without Space Marines? I don't know. Is the answer. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Probably. I mean, maybe they wouldn't be big. Like, I do think that Space Marines they have tapped into a primal psychology. I've definitely thought about in the past about doing a video on why do people like Space Marines, you know? And at the end of the day, it's because it's a power fantasy, I think. I think that's why people really like Space Marines. Like, personally, I really like Space Marines because they're crazy. And I really like that aspect of them, which kind of is why I think I wouldn't be a huge fan of Horus Heresy if I were to really engage with that setting, because Space Marines are portrayed in a more human-y kind of light. They're less indoctrinated, for example, from what I have heard. So maybe I don't think I'd be as interested in the Horus Heresy setting. I don't know. I maybe have to engage with it to find out. But I really love that aspect of them. But I don't think that that's like the thing that most people love, which is why so many people like the Horus Heresy version of them, right? I think that people really like them because they're like a power fantasy. The same way that like superheroes and stuff like that are a power fantasy. The same way that most people want to play D&D, they don't want to be a dungeon master. Most people want to be like the hero who wins the game, you know, rescues the princess and stuff like that. I like being the dungeon master because I like to have lots of mooks. I like to be the villain. I like to lose often. I like to put up a fight, but I'm happy to lose. Like, and I like to play with like mook factions with loads of goons. So I've always played horde factions, played like Imperial Guard, played orcs for a little bit, I played Dark Eldar, but that's for other, you know, obvious BDSM reasons. It's the hovercraft. I think they bought it. And yeah, like I like to play the villainous kind of factions. And And I like to play humans too. I like to play humans, and I don't really view Space Marines as humans. So I'm usually happy to like play like the loser basically, and that means is that I've never been super attracted to Space Marines, whereas I think that traditionally people are just interested in that. Though that's it. I think I have been tempted. I have been tempted by the Black Templar every so often. Every so often, I look at the Black Templar and I go, could maybe do that. Although what I think the concept for them I had was that they are a crazy crusade flying around. There's a philosophy within the Imperium that basically thinks that everything that happens is by the will of the Emperor, because nothing could happen outside of the ambit of the Emperor, right? Like, it's a very classic sort of medieval style of philosophy, theology. And I kind of love the idea of having a kind of floating crusade flying through space that really believes this. Like, really believes the idea that nothing happens without the guidance of the Emperor. And so every single time they warp jump at random. They let the Emperor guide them. Where are you going to take us, Emperor? Where do we go? Where do you want the crusade to go next? They click it. On whatever planet they arrive at, they purge it. So if it's like an Imperial planet, like, baby, you're on the crusade path. Because the Emperor sent us here. So therefore, we must interpret the divine will of the Emperor. We are a crusade that purges people. Ipso facto, you got to get purged. So, I really like the idea of that. Now, right now, that concept is probably going to be a Sisters of Battle army. And I'm going to be buying a bunch of the Necromunda gang, the, like, kind of, not Redemptionists, the Cawdor. I'll be buying a bunch of Cawdor to use as a sort of follower group, kind of like camp followers almost in space. Which will be pretty fun. And I'm just making them crazy. So, I think that should be a ton of fun. But every so often I get kind of tempted by the idea of doing that as a Black Templar force. Because like I think that would really suit like a Black Templar kind of like, spin-off chapter or whatever. I think that would really suit them. But yeah, there we are. I don't know how I got here, but I think that could be kind of interesting. Riverbank says, Orcs is the best, more DACA. I am in 100% agreement with you. More DACA, more Orcs. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, please. Arvanta says, big fan of DMing. Love to see my players think of clever ways to take down the big bad. I totally agree with you, Arvantas. I love DMing. I love presenting problems for players and seeing the interesting ways that they get out of those problems. I love kind of guiding the narrative. I really like sandbox games, so the player characters kind of make the decisions, but I like sort of interpreting those decisions and thinking of what the consequences of those will be. I think that's a lot of fun. Also, big fan of the channel, Arvanda. So if you guys are interested in like lore of like various different games, including like one-page rules, check out Arvandas on YouTube. Does a lot of different like lore series and stuff. Probably did the what I would say is the definitive lore guide to one-page rules. So I would definitely check that out. Totally recommended. Jez Hunt says, Games Workshop's main opposition is Games Workshop. Well, that's how they get you, innit? Like, Horus Heresy is like the competitor to Warhammer 40k now. Well, good luck. Honestly, rules-wise, I think I would go for Horus Heresy because I really do miss armor values. And I kind of do and I don't. I miss like the charts, you compare strength against toughness, your weapon skill. I kind of miss those charts. I know that I never memorized them. I could never remember what they were. I always had to look them up again. But for some reason, I just miss them. It's kind of like the crunchiness of it. I don't know. There's something about it that's really nice. Sean says, hello, wonderful gamers. Yes, hello, hey, welcome. Let's see here. Supin Mew says, I think what a lot of original IP games miss is lore to go along with it, like Warhammer 40k, Age of Sigmar Fantasy. Well, let me tell you, if you are interested in lore for a game, for a miniature game, and you are interested in alternative history, if you love frilly dresses, frilly cravats, and outrageous fashion, and are fine with Italians, then what I would suggest is Carnival. Carnival is brimming with lore, a lot of lore, written by Gav Thorpe. It's really good. It's really interesting. Very interesting factions. Very interesting storyline. And what they've done is, I think what they've done is basically their new expansion books. It's like the game takes place in real time. So I think it's been like 2 years. So the newest expansion book, Blood in the Water, covers the last 2 years of lore, and like the city has moved on over the last 2 years, and I think that's like really interesting. Yeah, check that out if you're interested in lore and you're fine with alternative history. I think that's a lot of fun. Very well, easy read, very well written in the rule book. Definitely recommend. Let's see. Evan says, I love running Deathwatch campaigns. Deathwatch campaigns. I like campaigns. I actually love campaigns. The first thing we did whenever I was into Warhammer was we started trying to work out how to string together fights to make it relevant. I remember we drew maps. We drew like meta maps and stuff like that, and a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Creating kind of like faction rules that that every faction had. So for example, the Space Marines could attack anywhere on the map because they had they were like in orbit. They could use the drop pods to like attack. They didn't have to attack squares that were beside them. I think the Imperial Guard, the special rule we gave them was that the vehicles, they all had a reduction in points costs. Orcs got a random amount of new orcs every victory, and I can't remember what Chaos did. I think I can't remember what Chaos did, but Chaos got something too. It was a lot of fun. We did stuff like that, and I kind of miss it. I haven't done anything like that. I'm playing like a lunar campaign at the minute, but that's kind of like just a narrative. You're stringing together battles and stuff like that. Madame Sundre says it's moving away from what it once was, though. The golden age of Grimdark is over. Yeah. That's my opinion. I started, actually, funnily enough, I started writing a video about the sanitization of Warhammer. Why it has occurred. I just don't know if I can add anything interesting to the conversation. And in all my content, I'm always trying to add something meaningful and insightful to the conversation. I don't like just to produce content just because. That's what this is for. Hey, I sometimes like to create videos that add or contribute in some way, and I didn't know if I had anything insightful or new to say about Games Workshop and Grimdark. I guess there was some stuff. Rick Priestley has a couple of very interesting statements that he made in an interview that I sort of would echo, that I would agree with. I think maybe people would be interested in hearing those. But otherwise, I don't know. Like, I think it's clear that the Games Workshop are clearly trying to sanitize the setting to some extent, because they are aware that right now it prohibits licensing. For example, like just to give you an idea, like it's so core to the idea of business. For example, so and everyone does this to some extent. If you want to sort of, make any kind of amount of, if you want people to do anything. So for example, I try not to swear in my videos. I know I don't succeed, so I censor the swears, right? I do the quack because I find the quack really funny, but also because I'm aware that whenever you swear too much, you're like at risk of demonetization, right? You're like at risk for the paltry amount of money that the videos bring in. I figure out, like, why take the risk, right? So the quacks are fine, but I don't really care like enough to always catch them. Like sometimes they just won't get caught. Like editor slips up, forgets them, and whatever. Like, who cares that much? But that's me kind of self-censoring a little bit, I guess, right? Because I'm like doing the ducks just to like try and avoid it, because it's not really that important. For Games Workshop, right? They know that having things like maybe a Space Marine stamping on a person's head on the cover of the book will presumably limit, not even necessarily sales, although I would imagine it would, but it would probably limit the companies that would be interested in creating a toy, or a poster of a Space Marine, because it's such a violent and graphic image. And that goes towards every aspect of it, like even the tone, even the tone of Warhammer. People would be, companies don't want to work necessarily with certain, there's like a brand friendliness rating, right? Like, not like there's like an official rating, there's no one with checkboards, but this is like an intuitive thing. People like have an idea of the brand. And Warhammer as a setting is pretty unfamily friendly. It's pretty unfamily friendly in a lot of ways. There are overt, like, every single time I call the Imperium fascist, I get told they're not fascist. I get told that they're a theocratic, uh sort of monarchist, kind of imperial, like medievalist, like yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? They are coded as fascists, the same way that the Empire is coded as fascist in Star Wars. Like, there's no necessarily, there's no coherent ideology to the Empire in Star Wars. Like, their ideology is we wear white, we shoot bad. Like, that's it. Like, that's their political ideology. But they're fascists, right? Because that's kind of what they're coded to be. They're coded to be, well, can I say Nazi on stream? Will I get demonetized? Well, let's find out. Right? That's what they're coded to be. And the Space Marines are the same way, or at least they were originally the same way. But obviously this has changed now. This is like completely changed. And I got into Warhammer, I would say, at like the height of Grimdark. The sort of comedy aspects that were brought in the first Rogue Trader and like second edition, like they had been slowly meted out. And by third edition, fourth edition, Space Marines were like very cool, I guess. Like everything was dark, everything was grimy. Evanescence was on the radio. Like everything was like My Chemical Romance, right? It was all very melodramatic. There's some really fun quotes. There's some really, really fun quotes. Like, for example, there was the quote from one of the judges, one of the inquisitors, which was, "Any plea of innocence in my court is guilty of wasting my time." Guilty, right? And this was meant to be imperial justice. And I was like a big fan of this, you know? But then I was kind of like an edgy, kind of like tween teen. So, of course, I was like kind of into that. And so I joined at the height, and that's kind of what I remember. And I've witnessed over time this kind of slowly get lost. And I kind of understand it. But then on the other hand, I mean, I collect Dark Eldar, guys. Like, I mean, I'm into the old Grim Darks. I like it. But it just, I'm kind of just aware of the reality that eventually they're just going to have to drop all this stuff, like a lot of this stuff. What I find distasteful is that they're kind of making the Space Marines out to be unreservedly heroic, or at least they're no longer coding them as fascists. This would be like if the Star Wars like stormtroopers in the Empire were like slowly over the course of like 3 movies, they went from killing, you know, the Skywalker family to kind of being like, well, if it wasn't for thank God those stormtroopers showed up, if it wasn't for those guys, the Zerg would have eaten everybody on Coruscant. Thanks, stormtroopers. And the only reason why the third movie was like that was because you know that they were making a movie about stormtroopers, you know, or they were making a video game where you got to play as a stormtrooper, or they wanted to do toys. Like, they're heroes all of a sudden, and it's like, but they were baddies before. Like, why are they good now? And that's kind of my problem. And this has kind of coincided. I think I talked about this mostly in the Primaris Marine video that I did, where the Primaris have started to take on this kind of tactical kind of vibe, where they're like modern military. And I know that appeals to a lot of people. But one of the things I liked about the older versions of the Space Marines was that they were overtly villainous. Like, they had like skulls flying around. They had chapter and verse strapped to their chests. They were ready to go crazy and start chopping heads, you know, like they yell kill. That's like their battle cry, like murder. Like they'll say the word murder. Let's murder people. And I don't get that vibe as much anymore. And that's why I like the Black Templar, right? Because the Black Templar are still like that. But I can see Games Workshop gearing up to do this whole, I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't already, that they didn't actually go further with this, where Guilliman is the head of like a kind of good part of the Empire or the Imperium, and then there's like a body version of the Imperium that's run by, you know, people who are like, let's keep things grimdark, and you know, we worship the Emperor. And then Guilliman's like, no, let's go back to the good old days, when we didn't worship the Emperor and we were like making sensible decisions and stuff. And that's kind of gonna be like a goody versus baddie thing. I'm not sure if we really need that, but I can't really see anywhere else for them to go in terms of making the setting more accessible, making it more, well, not necessarily accessible. I think that the grimdark version is plenty accessible. And I think it's distinct. But it's accessible, I guess, as a war game. Like, it works really well as a war game, but it doesn't necessarily work as a movie. Because, like, people, like, it's really hard, okay? Like, let's be honest. It's really hard. Whenever you have a protagonist in, like, a video game or something like that, you kind of have to ignore the little voice in the back of your head that's like, you know this guy? you know this guy would like kill babies if he had to, right? Like, you know that like he would be totally up for that. You know that he kills like mutants, right? Like this guy is probably a baddie. Like when you're run about as a heroic space marine, you have to remember like this guy is defending an autocracy. Like this isn't a goodie at all. And I'm fine with that. Like I'm okay with that. Like I actually don't think that it's a big deal necessarily that you're playing as a bad character, but I just want the game to frame it like they are a bad character. Like there's plenty of games where you play anti-heroes and stuff like that, or like you play mercenaries and you're like, oh, I'm a baddie mercenary guy, and that's fine. And that's interesting. Like, I find that interesting. I like to play villains. Like, I like to play villainous characters. It's why I like playing as the Imperial Guard, you know? But because the Imperial Guard are enforcing a specific doctrine on the galaxy. But it's like Games Workshop, it doesn't suit Games Workshop because they want to do a movie where you don't feel too complicated, right? Because they don't want it to be complicated. They don't want you to think about that when you're following the Inquisitor trying to hunt down a witch, and you start thinking like, well, who defined what a witch was? Oh, is the witch actually that bad? You know, Games Workshop wants you to go, oh, it's the baddie. Like what they're doing with Chaos though. They've made Chaos properly baddie. I'm a big fan of that. George says those rebel terrorists. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I mean, I feel like there should be more rebellions on planets that aren't chaos and that aren't like like that are just rebellions. And I feel like we should see Space Marines put them down more often, just to remind us every so often. You know, we should see. But then, I mean, I guess Games Workshop just don't even want to go there anymore, really, do they? Let's see. Luck says, I miss how goofy the orcs used to be. Yeah, I miss the goofy orcs, too. I like the goofy orcs. Titan says, well, Warhammer Grimdark is a culture. Also, since Warhammer wants to be a luxury, means people in the hobby want the Grimdark. Also, not all the SM chapters were cruel at the time. Crimson Fists and yeah, I get it. Like, there's not all... Like, the thing I like about Warhammer, I mean, you can see the wargaming heritage. I guess this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, about Star Wars versus Warhammer as a strong IP, and Star Wars Legion kind of struggles a little bit because its factions aren't designed to be in a war game, but Space Marines are. If you notice, every single faction in Warhammer, they have like chapters or the equivalent of. You've got like regiments for Guard, you have craft worlds for Eldar, and this is so that you can have the same faction but a diverse amount of paint styles and a diverse amount, and they often leave the paint styles open to you. Oh, there's so many craft worlds, you can paint any color you want. Oh, there's two missing chapters. Who knows what their color scheme was? They're divergent. So you can just paint whatever you want, right? And that's really clever. That's good world building for games. That's really good world building because it sets up a great war game. Star Wars doesn't have that. With Star Wars, it's like you're a stormtrooper. You be stormtrooper colors. You can really get to customize that much. So that's like a good thing that Warhammer has, and that goes towards the kind of characters as well. Like you can be like, oh, I want my Space Marines to be a little bit less crazy. That's fine to me. But I think that overall they need to be a little bit crazy because that's kind of their whole deal, or at least it was. That's what I like about them. Matt Hubeck says, wasn't there like a Disney hotel experience where they take you on a tour and you get to narc on some rebels? Yeah, there was. Yeah, that's the new crazy priced Star Wars hotel. It's like $5,000 or $7,000 for a weekend, and you get to do like some pretty light role playing, like pretty pro role playing. It's like a monetized app and stuff. Like, I don't know, guys. Like, that sounds a bit too much for me. Like, I love Disney. To be honest, like this is like a real character flaw. But I love Disney because I love theme parks. So I really want to go to a Disneyland. I've never been. So and like I really want to go. Like I love theme parks so much, and I really love theme parks. Like I love being immersed in a world. So I really want to go to Disneyland. I've been like to one, but I was like really young, so I can't remember it. And I really want to go. And yeah, I will never ever pay for a Disney hotel at that price because that is absurd, even for Disney. Riverbank says Tyranids are the only good faction. Murder for mate. Disagree. Tyranids are a villainous faction. There is one good faction in Warhammer 40k, but it's not Tyranids. People always say Tyranids. It's totally wrong. It's Dark Eldar. Dark Eldar are the protagonists of Warhammer 40k. And I think I'm going to do a video on it. I think at some stage I'm going to do a video on it and talk about why Dark Eldar are the goodies of Warhammer 40k. And it's a really easy, it's something no one ever kind of makes this leap, but it's so obvious as to why Dark Eldar are obviously ethically, morally righteous. They are not villainous at all, and it's easy. It's because they gotta do it. I mean, Tyranids are like animals, so you can't really ascribe any moral quality to the decisions they make. Tyranids are like basically like just trying to eat or whatever. Like, who cares? Like that's neutral. It's morally neutral. But Dark Eldars are good, and the reason for this is because they contribute all sorts of stuff to culture and things. But on the other hand, I mean, basically, we are all Dark Eldar, right? Like, we all eat. You know, if you eat meat, you are at the same moral level as Dark Eldar, because Dark Eldar are just torturing people in order to not get got by Slaanesh. And a Dark Eldar is worth more than a human, ethically. So therefore, you know, like, there's probably a certain amount of humans that they could individually go through to, like, for it to be maybe immoral and unethical at that stage. But I don't know how many that is. Probably like 1 million or something. Like, you're really trying to quantify, like, one Dark Eldar, probably 1 million humans or whatever. So I'm just saying, guys, like, Dark Eldar, protagonists of Warhammer 40k, and that's how I've always viewed it. I don't know, people always get upset at me when I start to explain it, but I feel like there's I could probably go through a very long, lengthy argument as to why that's the case. Tobias, ooh, a hot take, I like it. I for one welcome our Dark Eldar overlords. Yorkle says, some comfort to the Imperial citizens turned into lawn chairs and Ona holes by the Drukhari. Exactly, right? Like, if they don't torture you in the pit of blood, well, they would go, their soul will be taken by Slaanesh. So, you know, gotta eat. Gotta keep fit. Gotta keep right with the Lord. That's the Dark Eldar way, you know? So if you eat a burger, then I'm afraid to say that you have made the same decision that a Dark Eldar makes. So if you condemn the Dark Eldar, you condemn yourself. So remember that every single time you think that the Dark Eldar are being needlessly cruel with their dark lances and their hooks, and they're grabbing people and stringing them along their raft. They're just going fishing, you know? Let's see. Spartan says, 40k Shades of Grey. That is, I bet that exists. Like, I bet you can find a fan book or something out there that's like 40k Shades of Grey. Edmund says asinine. That's his review of my what I would argue is quite compelling argument that Dark Eldar are the protagonists. Asinine. I might be being a little bit facetious. just a little facetious. Power says, how many demons was the Space Marine killed to reach Dark Eldar levels of goodness? It's hard to say because I don't believe in demons, even in the 40k setting. I think that they are made up. So there. If you don't believe in them, they can't hurt you. It's not very well understood in the Imperium, but if you just close your eyes, they won't get you. So that's what everyone should do. This is welcome to Discourse R, where I just tell you all the hot takes that I may or may not necessarily actually believe. Let's see here. Evan says she couldn't look into the camera while saying it. Well, my camera is like up here, so it's like above the monitor. So there wasn't don't describe my what would be the term for it, like how truthful I'm being to whether or not I'm looking at the camera, I guess. Luke McDonaldson says, classic Space Marine names, Blood Drinkers, Flesh Eaters, Flesh Terrors, Blood Drinkers, all good guys. Yeah. I love the ridiculous gothic names that the Space Marines have. I love those names. Like, I think they're incredible. Amma says, so Dark Eldar do all these terrible things for the greater good. Sounds like Thai shenanigans. Well, you know, the Thai are the Thai. I always, in my head, I always imagined they did the brainwash thing. I know that's not popular amongst a lot of people. That's fine. It's like, whatever. I find the Thai okay. I think the most interesting part about the Thai to me is that they are like a coalition of different alien species and that they have, that they have this shared consensus amongst their various different species who presumably think very differently. They're able to reach this common understanding, and whether or not that is through brainwashing or whether or not it is through simple dialogue or conquest, I think it's still an interesting faction idea. I think it's a pity that Games Workshop have not leaned into it. Instead, they've gone down the shooty bang bang kind of style and Robot Man kind of style too, and I think that overshadows the kind of like the different alien races, like the Vespids, the Kroot, the Demiurge. I don't think they get enough time in the sunlight, really. I think I'd like Tau to be a very diverse faction of different alien species. But, there we are. It is what it is. Actually, I'll be talking about this in my next video. Because the One Piece Rules recently came out with the Jackals, who started their life as the Kroot equivalent in the Tau equivalent of One Piece Rules, which was the Eternal Dynasty. Eternal Dynasty became their own faction. The Jackals became their own faction, so you can play Kroot, but as Jackals. Like they're like a completely different faction. Very interesting. I think they're super cool. I really like them. They're like space nomads. They haven't invented any of the technology that allows them to like travel faster than light or anything. They're more like hitchhikers. Basically, a robot legion's ship crash landed on their planet, and they just jury-rigged it. They scavenged it, and now they have they're in the galaxy now. They don't know how to make anything. They just use it. I think it's a very interesting faction. Gazmat says, the lesser-known Marine chapter, the Fluffy Marshmallows. Yes, exactly. Errol says, you mean Gundam Bad. Yes, of course. The Big Mexics. Zach Tyson says, he's talking to somebody else. Andy says, the Tar are just the latest plan for the Cabal to get rid of Chaos. The Cabal? Did I miss a memo somewhere? Who are the Cabal? Who are they? Fibskin says, Kroot are my jam. Yeah, Kroot are cool, dude. I feel like they just got done dirty. They just didn't, in the latest update, they got nothing, But then again, I guess Tau didn't get much either. It got an upgrade sprue and a new book and a buffed vehicle that performed very well because regardless of how it did on the table, a lot of people bought one. So that was good for Games Workshop, I guess. That was great. And Desar says, I hear how Games Workshop hasn't represented Gueveza at all. So Gueveza are the humans who have joined the Tau, often at the fringes of Imperial space, because the Tau basically offer a better deal than the Imperium offers, which is totally fair. And I agree with you to an extent. So whenever I was younger, whenever the Tau first came out, I'm very into humans. I really like playing as humans in games. And so I was like, if they had Gueveza, if they had human ancillaries, that would be cool. But I feel like now that time has gone on, I'm kind of like, do they need that? Do we need more humans in Warhammer? We've got so many human guys, maybe just leave them to be aliens. I get that there's Gueveza in the fluff. And I feel like you could probably proxy some, I was going to say Imperial Guard, but what you should do is proxy some War Games Atlantic bottles. I think someone asked me earlier, apologies, I don't think I actually ever answered. Someone asked me about my opinion on War Games Atlantic. Well, here it is. War Games Atlantic are amazing for proxying different models, specifically, really good for the Imperial Guard. Basically, it would be a lot cheaper for you to buy a ton of War Games Atlantic and build them all than it would for you to buy a squad of Imperial Guard, because the Imperial Guard are really expensive to collect. So be careful of that. So yeah, but if you buy a bunch of War Games Atlantic models and paint them in the same color scheme, I think they would fit right in. I guess you'd have to do a bit of kit bashing to get the guns right, I guess, and that would be kind of tough, but I guess if you're proxying at that stage, you can always 3D print some stuff. I'm sure there's some STL files out there, but then 3D printing isn't available to everyone yet. One day, every friendly local game store will have 3D printers on premises. One day. Scott Wood says, I kind of want the Tau AI to turn on them and ruin their civilization so they learn the same lessons as other races. Interesting. I never really thought about connecting the AI kind of, the AI, that big rebellion. You guys tell, it's been a long day for me. I've been like busy working on models all day. And yeah, so, and it's really hot in this room actually. And I can't have the fan on because then it blows into the microphone and it's like, oh, that's all you hear, just the swish of the fan. Yeah, so the AI, right, so it turned on the humans in the Imperium. Or, well, it was before the Imperium, and it led to a great war, because AI go bad. It's the Men of Iron. And the Men of Iron, obviously, they seem to have some design similarities with the Votann. So I'm not convinced that we're not going to see some AI units in the leagues of Votann, the new squats, which honestly would kind of interest me a lot more than a lot of what we've seen from the leagues of Votann. I'm not a fan of the design so far of Leagues of Votann. I did a video on it. I did a video on it when there was one model, and you will be glad to hear, I'm sure, all those people who sent me hate messages for disliking the aesthetic of a miniature produced by Games Workshop. You'll be happy to hear that I do not like the design of the newer ones that I've seen either. I don't like the trike. I don't like the fact that it's a hoverboard. I don't think it looks very good. I think it would look better wheeled. But I will say the squats that have been released for Necromunda, or that have been teased for Necromunda, look pretty cool. I like them. I like the look of the squats. This is very awkward. Games Workshop have basically released the squats, and then they released the squats. And then I'm just waiting for them to release a new squats. So they've released the Leagues of Votann for Warhammer 40k, or they're teasing that now, which is basically the squats from back in the day. They've done like a new design version of them. And then for Necromunda, they released a faction called the Squats, who are basically the squats from back in the day, but they have the old design sensibilities around them, the old aesthetics. And now I'm just waiting for like the Squats to release, which is just like unrelated. They're just dwarfs. Yeah. So yeah, the Demiurge, right? They're gonna do like the Demiurge, which will be like a separate faction. Oh boy. First you get none, and now you get all of them in the world. Because again, I don't know, like, are they weaponizing nostalgia? I think they are a little. I don't think you can see some of the releases and think that they aren't. Dazer says, I just want to see more non-imperial humans in general, not just Gweveza. Actually hyped for new cultists. I am actually pretty excited for the new Chaos. I gotta be honest. I regret not doing a video because I saw that Kurioth did a video talking about the new Chaos, and like it did really well. And I'm like, damn, maybe I should have told people what I thought about the new Chaos, huh? Maybe I should have done that. Because I really like the design aesthetic. I like the aesthetic they went for. No, that's it. It's a little bit too scary for me. Which sounds like the lamest thing in the world to say, but it's a lot of body horror, and it doesn't like quite tickle my funny bone, to put it that way. It's a little bit too much, but I think it's perfect for Chaos. Like, I think it fits the aesthetic perfectly. I think it distinguishes them from the Imperium really well. I think that they're really not beautiful models, but they are very interesting models. I think there are some problems in terms of the sprues. It's looking like weapon options. Games Workshop up some shenanigans. There's discourse again being overly negative, but I think there is some design decisions there that are problematic. But in terms of the aesthetics, in terms of the look, I think this is perfect for the Chaos. I really like them. I've never been a huge fan of Chaos Space Marines, though. So for those who are really big fans of Chaos Space Marines, like, sorry. But, you know, I'm not. So there we are, I guess. Like, it's just we have different tastes. And I like the human Chaos cultists. I'm a really big fan of that. And I like the ones that are like, my head is turned into, you know, my arm, and now there's a big massive monster underneath me, and all that's left is skin. I like that. Like, I think that's cool. I think that's neat. Like, I'm a big fan of horror movies, just not body horror movies. So there we are. Seriously, don't watch Tattoo the Iron Man. Like, I would not recommend it. Some people out there will like it, but if you don't like body horror, it's not for you. That Mr. Shy, hey there. That Mr. Shy has an awesome YouTube channel. I suggest you guys all check it out. He has fallen off the Games Workshop bandwagon as well. He covers a lot of Infinity content. And I think he's getting into Carnival as well. So Maybe if you're interested in that game, you should check it out. And he says, have Games Workshop recently hired like one person to name all the new releases? And is that new person completely unaware of how words sound? Because everything lately has really weird names. I don't know about if that's I don't know if that's a recent problem. Like, I always struggled with Games Workshop's naming conventions. It's like obscure Latin word, chapter. You know, it's kind of funny. I always find the name Space Marines very, very funny. Like, intrinsically. Like, when I first read the word Space Marine, I was like, really? Like, because this game is so gothic and so, like, everything has got these really obscure words and obscure names. And then you just have this, like, we're the Space Marines. It felt very, to me, it felt very Starship Troopers, is what it felt like. It felt very, very Starship Troopers. Like, they're just like, Space Marines, let's go. It just didn't sound, it sounded like a modern military rather than a kind of vaunted halls. And then he created his Space Marines. It's like them all being called Soldier Man, you know? And then His Holy Highest, the Benedictine, the 14th, decreed upon his mandate, his golden mandate made upon the lectern, he said, let the soldier man go. It's like, okay. I didn't expect that to be the name. I thought they were going to be called like the Mundus operators or something. I don't know. Like, I thought it was going to be some sort of a name. It's just like soldier boys. It's like, okay, the lads. It's like, right. Uh-oh. The Emperor Benedictine XIII has curried favor with the lads. It's pretty funny to me. But Games Workshop does have a tendency to like give like really bizarre names to stuff. Like really, really, really overly pretentious names. And that's kind of fine, I think. That's kind of part of the setting. The problems I have are like the names of their box sets. It's like Echoes of Doom. It's like, okay. It's not very descriptive of what's in the box. You know? It's all of them. All of them are like that. The Shadow Throne. It's like, okay. At least Shadow Throne, I guess, was kind of descriptive of like what was in the box there. Let's see here. Let's face it, one box of 3 Space Marines versus 30 bolt action infantry. Is this like in a fight, or is this like in real life? Or because I think the Space Marines win in real life, but I think on the table bolt action win. Craptacular says, Space Marines! Yes, those are the guys I remember. Those are the guys I know and love. Max says, well, the term is pretty much stolen from the Starship Troopers book. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That is true. I always think of them as like the movie, you know, where they're like just guys. That's what I loved about the Imperial Guard. I was never like a huge fan of the Imperial Guard, like design aesthetic. Like I like the idea of playing as the standard human faction. That's why I went for them. But I was never like a huge fan of like the carapace armor and the helmet. I like the Death Corps though. I've always been a big fan of the Death Corps of Krieg. I just couldn't basically afford them because they were too expensive. So Josie says, at least by the squats, I think it is a corruption of Vutan with a copyrightable writing. Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Like, they're obviously... I think squats is a little bit of a derogatory term for, like, a faction, you know? It's like, who do you collect? I collect the small boys. It's like, oh, okay. Not everybody wants to be like, I would be fine with it. I mean, I'm fine with small boys. But, like, I don't know if, like, the people who would be super into collecting, like, Space Marines or whatever would be interested in collecting the small boys because they, you know, the Space Marines are a little bit of a power fantasy. I don't know if the small boys are. Although, that said, I mean, dwarves are typically kind of, like, tough, right? Like, they are typically like, yeah, I'm a big, strong guy. So, I guess. But Leagues of Votan, I guess. I mean, it's a fine name. I don't really have, like, a big problem with the naming conventions. Like, I get why they're not calling them squats. You know, I kind of get it. Doshu says, now I want to make a Space Marine chapter called The Soldier Man. Well, it's like... What chapter of Space Marines are you? We are the ones who specialize in soldiery. Oh, what's your name? Soldier Man. It's like, really? That's what you're called? It's very basic and descriptive. Oh, is it? Is it blood drinkers? Oh, is it? Yeah, is it very basic? Is it just descriptive of what we do? Is it blood drinkers, huh? Sorry. Jeez. Edmund says, Short Kings faction is too long overdue. Short Kings, yeah. Siphon says, if they call Space Marine big lads, they might have been fine. I kind of love the idea of orcs calling them big lads. Wee lads for the guardsmen and big lads for the Space Marines. I love that naming convention. That's a pretty sweet naming convention. I would be a big fan of that. The Mr. Shy says like Nackman, like what? Yeah, I mean, it just is what it is, I guess. Like you just have to sort of with Games Workshop naming conventions, I've just learned to accept it and just kind of step back and be like, okay. Like I get the marks and stuff, armor kind of names confused all the time. Daniel says, am I the only one watching these motivational Warhammer videos on the Warrior tier channel? What? Am I the only one watching these motivational Warhammer videos on the Warrior tier channel? What is? Am I missing a joke here, Daniel? Am I the only one watching these? What does that mean? Is there like motivational Warhammer? I mean, I guess like a lot of the hobby stuff where, you know, say like a bigger creator with like resources and stuff like that will take, like build like a Titan or build like a big manta ray or something like that. I guess that's kind of motivational. Yeah, I guess. I kind of wish that I could craft and paint a bit more, you know? Because then I would be able to do like, oh, here's me doing a big a big head of a Space Marine. A Space Marine the size of my head. Like, I could get away with that because I'm actually quite small. So I could be like, here's a Space Marine the size of me, and it would be a lot less difficult than if I was like Lackey or something, you know? Like you can get like there's pictures, like there's thumbnails of Lackey from Zorpazorp games, gaming, like beside his Ministereth, you know. But like I feel like if you put me beside it, like you could probably half the work. So I feel like I'm kind of missing a trick. I kind of wish I could craft a bit more. Scott says the league would have been enough. TLOV is too verbose. Voting boys. I don't know. Like I don't know. Like I'm not here to help name things for Games Workshop. I don't know if that name's good. Daniel says that is the channel. It is not a joke. Okay, hold on. So what's this channel called? It's called okay, let's find that comment. What's it called again, Daniel? This channel is the Warhammer motivational chapter. Let's see. Let's go to check that out. Let's go on an adventure, guys. Let's find out what this is. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. Okay. So let me jump on here. Oh, here we are. Okay. So, Warhammer motivational. Let's see. Tribute to the Imperial Guard, Codex Space Marines animated trailer. Not problematic at all, guys. This. Oh wow, look at this. Look at that thumbnail. Wow. So this is kind of what I was talking about the sanitization, right? Like this guy should be like choking her or something. Can you imagine that? Like in modern Games Workshop, it's like the thumbnail for the Space Marines animated trailer, and it's like some Space Marine violently putting down a kind of a block party. What are you doing partying outside of the regulations? No, I don't think so. The Emperor does not protect you, I'm afraid. These mutants have been allowed outside of doors, I'm afraid not. Oh geez, it's not gonna get. I don't think that's the vibe that Games Workshop want anymore. But like in 2003, I could have totally imagined Games Workshop doing that. Let's see here. So I'm trying to find what it was. It's called this. That is the channel, not a joke. I'm the one watching these motivational Warhammer videos on the Warrior tier channel. Okay, Warrior tier. Okay, Warhammer Warrior tier. Is this it? Like, what is it? Like, am I missing it? Am I missing something here, guys? Let's see here. What's the best army in the game? Hey, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good question. Hold on, there's other people making Warhammer content. I should be taking some of this content and being like, ooh, what could I do? What could I do? Oh, hey, Warhammer 3 Chaos Warriors for Gods of Tyrannus. Wow. You know, sometimes I think like maybe what I should do is I should like take some content. Hey, there's my boy. There he is. There's Lackey. I should take some of this content here that I see on the channel and be like, I'm gonna watch this, but on stream. I see people doing that all the time. Warrior tier says, I'm gonna get loads of World of Warcraft stuff, dude, if I like just type in warrior tier. Warhammer. You're sure there's like a channel? You're saying it's motivational? I've seen Game Warriors of Chaos, unit roster training. I don't know. What's good on here? Let's see. Doshi says, Discourse Miniatures, I thought you said you were going to paint big-headed Space Marines. Brilliant. I'm all for it. Like Doctor Who autons in the power armor. Win. Yeah, I mean, big-headed Space Marines would be kind of incredible, you know? That'd be kind of fun. Josie says, River guys, the Empire are not the good guys. Here's the piece we totally forgot. Look at the heroic golden blue armor guys saving the day. Yeah, I think, I mean, I always use the same artwork because it's so indicative of this change, which was the change of, you can see it's the Gulliman change, you know, it's the classic, the Indomitus Crusade, I think it is, and it's him, like, looking all regal, and it's, like, not ironic. It, like, looks literally like a piece of Imperial propaganda, and it's just not ironic at all. I mean, I didn't intend on turning this, talking about this on stream, but now we're here. I mean, I guess this is where we go, isn't it? Edmund says that is an extremely ineffective channel name. Yeah, like I'm genuinely trying to find it. I'm genuinely trying to find this channel and I can't. Okay, right. Space Marine motivation, the beginning. Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. This better have been worth it. This better have been worth it. I'm gonna hold you responsible, Daniel. Okay, so we've got 300 views. Nice. Eternal Glory. I don't know if I can... See, this is the thing. This is like the tricky copyright thing. I don't know if I can watch... Am I allowed to watch... Am I allowed to watch, like, content on YouTube? I feel like I'm gonna get demonetized if I do. So I better not, I guess. Yeah. I guess I better not. I have to look into this. I think I will. I think I will look into this. I'm gonna check to see whether or not I can do, like... react content, or just like, even just like, for example, there, if I could like put on that YouTube video and like check it out and talk about it a little bit on stream, I think that would be kind of interesting. Scythen says, what is the best faction of Warhammer? Answer, no. Well, I mean, it depends what you're looking for, right? Like, there are like, I do think that one of the things that Warhammer gets well, I think, is faction diversity. Like, I feel like the factions do feel very different. There's a lot of different factions. The problem is that, well, there's a lot of different factions. There's an attempt at diversity. I think they mostly succeed, but a part of the problem is that there are so many factions that they're often stepping on each other's toes, you know? Like, what's the difference between the Eldar and the Dark Eldar? What's the difference between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Tau, right? Like, they're stepping on each other's toes there. So it's pretty tough. Scythen's like, reaction video. Yeah, well, you know, I'm calling it a reaction video, but what I really mean is I want to watch stuff like that sometimes and be like, what the hell? I mean, I can't hobby guy. Like, I can't craft. Maybe I should be like a vampire and like drain the crafting essence of other creators. Maybe I can do that. I don't know. I don't know what that video was about, unfortunately. Amit says, "Oh, cool dungeon dudes." Yeah, I watched the dungeons. There was like a time. There was like a time like during COVID where I was just in the house and I just watched a lot of dungeon dudes. I quite like their stuff. I don't really watch them as much anymore because they're very like D&D focused. But yeah, like I watched a bunch of it. Amit says, more like the Vomitus Crusade. Ultramarines suck. Okay, well, like, I don't want this to turn into just like a hating on Warhammer 40k thing, because I feel like Warhammer 40k is in a pretty interesting spot right now. Like, I feel like they're probably looking towards 10th edition now. We've got what, like Imperial Guard left to update, and then we're looking at maybe, I don't know, we got Pure Guard and Chaos, right? Chaos still have to go. And Chaos are probably, like, we're seeing the sprues now, so maybe during the summer, maybe winter, There's still there's like a couple more factions, and then what? I think it's straight on. Like, Games Workshop have said about the season model, and in theory, the season model could go on forever, but I feel like they're going to quickly miss the burst of cash that a new codex gets them. So I feel like they're just going to go into a new edition next year. Like, I could see 10th edition being next year, honestly, like personally speaking. But I'm really curious because the season model that they are not overtly a part of, it could mean that they might end up going into like a completely new cycle that we haven't seen before, where they just literally release like new rules updates, new supplements, maybe new codices based on 9th. I feel like 10th, though, what they should do with 10th is be really critical of their own system and be willing to make big changes, because it's the 10th edition, you know? Like, I feel like the 10th edition is the edition where you can go, we doing a big refresh of the systems. But what I would have wanted was some stuff that it sounds like Horus Heresy is doing, honestly. So, I mean, think about this, guys. Think about this. So, one of the things that Rick Priestley said, so the reason why he left Games Workshop, he was the one who created one of the designers on Warhammer originally. The reason why he left Games Workshop was because he was not allowed to innovate at all, really, in the system. And he wanted to innovate. He wanted to make better games. So he left. What he said was basically that he wasn't allowed to make better systems. And the reason was, it was from the executives. They wanted to maintain the sort of player base. They didn't want to alienate anybody. Horus Heresy is basically like an older version of Warhammer. It's basically an older version of Warhammer, which means, in theory, that they could experiment with Warhammer 40k. I mean, they could experiment, because you've got like an alternative system there. If you want to play the You Go I Go system with some modern updates, you could play the Horus Heresy system, and you could play 40k for alternating activations, maybe? Probably not, because I think that 40k is still going to be the biggest system that they run. But, you know, a girl can dream, can't she? George says 3D printing will end up killing Games Workshop. Interesting question. Moving on from Warhammer 40k to tie it into the premise of this video. Certainly, I think that 3D printing can be a helpful step into another system, or a helpful step to wean yourself off Games Workshop products. For example, there's lots and lots of STL files out there that basically are the STL files of Warhammer. Like, I mean, to be honest, you know, they're out there, and there's ones that pull from like Total War Warhammer and stuff like that. Like, you can get the sculpts if you want them, and they're shared around. And so that's one way. Like, once you get into the habit of 3D printing stuff, you know, oh, I'm just gonna print off Terminators instead of buying some Terminators. That's kind of a little bit dangerous for Games Workshop, because like suddenly you're kind of off the teat. You can kind of wean yourself off. But I don't know if there's going to be a mass adoption of 3D printing to the extent where Games Workshop are facing an existential threat. So I think my position on 3D printing is quite nuanced, I think. I've been called a 3D printing bro by some people. I've been called a 3D printing bro, which I think is a little bit of a derogatory term. I think it's a little bit derogatory, because I have never been a bro about anything. But I think that I obviously have more nuanced perspective than that. I don't think that Games Workshop face an existential threat from 3D printing. I think it's a disruption in the market, though, certainly. And I think that 3D printing offers alternative avenues for creators and for consumers to get miniatures and to completely reshape their relationship with miniatures. This is what really excites me about 3D printing. And I talk about this in my video on Games Workshop are being left behind, where I'm talking about I'm talking about this guy. I talk about this little guy here, who's one of the models I took with me because I was really, really happy with him. Really pleased. I talk about the Lizard Man from One Page Rules, and I talk about the 3D printing space, because obviously One Page Rules rely on you having a 3D printer or knowing someone who does, because they sell STLs. And so I talk about how they're being left behind by One Page Rules, because One Page Rules are adopting this new Patreon model. I talk about this all the time. I talk about the Patreon model because I love it. and how One Patriots is innovating in that space. So, Games Workshop are being left behind in that specific way, because I don't think that Games Workshop are going to be able to penetrate the 3D printing market the same way that many indie developers have penetrated the 3D printing market, which is by offering value. It's by offering, taking advantage of the fact that you can give lots of product to people for very little money, because you've got, the things that you pay for are the sculptors and the artists. And that, don't get me wrong, like, you pay them right, then they should be expensive, because they deserve to be paid a lot more than the industry standard. They deserve to be paid way, way more. But there's not as many overheads and stuff like that, right? Because they're freelancers more often than not, so you're not paying for like office space. It's basically like you don't have to order ships to transport things, and you can reduce the prices. Games Workshop, I don't think, are ever going to do that. In fact, I think the Games Workshop are going to sell like STL files for like $30 for like a Space Marine, and how they're going to do it is it's probably going to be limited prints, limited downloads. It's going to have DRM, right? Like if they ever get into this space. But the thing is, I don't know if consumers in 3D printing will accept that. Like, I don't think that will work. I know that that's what Games Workshop are going to do, because we know what Games Workshop are like, but I don't think that's going to work at all. I don't think Games Workshop will ever be able to penetrate the 3D printing marketplace if that's the way they think, because they are being left behind. Right now, there's so many different options to buy models. Games Workshop aren't there. They're not in that space. Games Workshop are the biggest miniatures company because they were the first, or one of the first. They have first mover advantage. It's not because they create the best miniatures. It's not because they have the strongest IP. It's not because they have the most interesting factions in the world. It's not because they have the best mechanics. They don't make the best games. They don't make the best models. They don't. This is all fluff. This is all things that people say in order to try and justify Games Workshop's effective monopoly of the wargaming market. No. The reason why they have that monopoly is because they were first. They were first there. They had a big buy-in from the population. There's an existing population of people who have bought into Warhammer. That's it. Everything else came after. Other companies have amazing settings. Other companies have amazing systems. Other companies have amazing models. Other companies have affordable prices. But it doesn't matter. Games Workshop were first, and they have formed the discourse. They have taken a stranglehold of the hobby. Not in 3D printing. There's so many different companies out there. It's a wild west in a lot of ways, but in like the best kind of way. Less shooting, more cattle rustling? I don't know. There's lots of models out there you can buy, and Games Workshop have been slow to adopt it. They have been slow. They have not taken advantage of it, and I think it's been really to their detriment, because they won't be able to get in and put in their standards. Not unless there's some big changes. Maybe like a consolidation around a single font, the way that Steam exists. Like, unless like My Mini Factory become the only place to buy 3D print sculpts, and then Games Workshop buy My Mini Factory. Like, that's the only way I could imagine Games Workshop, like, taking a stranglehold at this stage of the 3D printing market. And I don't think necessarily that this is, like, an existential threat to Games Workshop. I just feel like they're being left behind in that space. And they're going to adopt it really badly. I don't think they'll ever sell 3D printers, but, like, who knows, right? Like, in 20, 30 years, like, we have no idea what this market will look like, because it's growing, you know? I think once it gets safe to print in your own home reliably, and you can have like babies around these things, at that stage, then it gets really exciting. Then it gets really, really exciting, because I think that's the biggest barrier right now. I think that for most people in the hobby, many wargaming hobby right now, I think a lot of people can afford to buy a 3D printer if they like really, really, really want to, and you know, are happy to like not eat and go into debt and stuff. I think that people can buy it, generally speaking, because printers are getting to the stage now where like you can buy one for like the box of a Space Marines. You know, you can buy like a 3D printer for like $99 or whatever. But Games Workshop prices are so absurd. But you can't necessarily print wherever you want because there's like a lot of like danger and stuff like that around it. So I think once they sort that out, then it's going to be really exciting. And I can't wait to see where the space goes. But I don't think that like it means that people will stop buying plastic models. I don't think it means that people will stop buying resin models or CO cast models, right? Like there is a place for models that are already created and shipped to you. Like for example, if One Page Rules had some recommended sellers who they actually sold their models on retail stores, I bet they would get a lot of people buying them. And I bet they would, even once lots of people have 3D printers, because 3D printing is kind of a hassle. I think the difficulty of it is overstated by people who maybe have an ideological position or a kind of a loyalty to certain brands who don't want 3D printing to appear super viable, I suspect. Lee Bishop says, "I'm sorry, but that's just rubbish. That's just rubbish." Oh no. Well, I didn't catch what you said. Dari says, "Wait, resin is toxic?" Yeah. Don't eat it. Don't eat the resin. Scott says 3D printing isn't cheap, really. Resin and STLs add up very quickly. Yes, yeah. I mean, look, I'm not saying that like I'm not saying that 3D printing is like really easy, like really really cheap. Like I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying that people traditionally who have gotten interested in miniature wargaming have typically look, the marketing of Warhammer, for example, is very much aimed at a certain demographic. So it's aimed at like middle class people. I don't think it necessarily captures all those people, right? Like I don't think it captures only, like I come from a very working class background, and I know plenty of people who don't come from like a lot of money who are into miniatures. I want the miniature wargaming hobby to be as accessible as it possibly can, right? I want people from all over the place to be into miniature wargaming. That's why I'm always trying to argue for lower barriers to entry for this hobby, for less money to be needed for like starter boxes and stuff. Like I want everybody to be into the hobby because I think it's super fun. I think it's super awesome, and I think people would enjoy it. Right? Like, that's what I think. And I think that also a lot of businesses, such as Games Workshop, rely on this preponderance, this idea that everybody can afford everything, right? That, like, whales, for example, are people who have money and who can just buy whatever they want. They can't. Lots of people have problems affording the models, but it takes a toll on their mental health trying to keep up with it, constant releases and paying money to Games Workshop constantly. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. I love the big banana that you're showing me there. What a gorgeous banana it is. Yum yum. Like a little monkey. Thank you so much. That's really lovely of you. But yeah, like Games Workshop take advantage of the fact that people perceive whales to be able to afford a lot of the stuff. They can't afford a lot of the stuff. The stuff is really, really expensive. But what I will say is that the price of 3D printers now is reaching the price of, say, box sets that are bought in the hobby. So if everybody who were to buy, like, say, Echoes of Doom or the Horse Heresy starter box were to buy, like, a 3D printer, that'd be, like, a significant share of Games Workshop's marketplace, right? Like, that's my point. That's my point. And they're coming down in price, too. The 3D printers are becoming more and more affordable. And they're getting to the stage where I don't think the price is a main barrier to entry to most people. I think it's the ability to safely print in their homes. And you can, like I do, like I print, like I have resin 3D printers. I print in my house, but you have to take precautions, right? Like you have to be really careful with this stuff. Like you ultimately at the end of the day, like resin and stuff is really is toxic. Like it is toxic. So you have to be careful with it. And it gives off fumes. Like you should not be like around your printer when it's printing. Like this is basic safety tips. Like you should not be around that. You should not eat the resin. Just don't do it. Don't drink it. Don't consume it in any way. And yes, the price of resin does add up. It's like $30 for a bottle, but like in fairness, like you get a lot of bang for your buck for what you pay. And STLs can be kind of expensive, but they're not too bad. Like it's definitely a far more affordable option than buying physical miniatures from stores. But I don't think that that's gonna. And so therefore, I think that because of the cost saving and because it's kind of easy, I believe that once 3D printers become a lot safer and people aren't as worried about, the health effects of them, then they're going to become way more prevalent, way more prevalent. I think that the future of a lot of hobby stores is actually to probably be repositories of 3D printers and to sell 3D printed models that they've printed on site. I feel like that is a pretty viable path at some stage. We need to get a culture of commercial licenses, I think, in 3D printing. There's a lot of models where they'll sell the personal use files, but not commercial files. And I think that there needs to be a little bit more of a culture of being willing to sell those. Although whether or not there's a big demand for them right now, I guess, remains to be seen. But I bet you could go on. And I bet they sell them on. I bet there's people who sell on Etsy right now. But you could go on. I would buy One Page Rules models. I think. I think that they are on par in a lot of senses to plastic molding from Games Workshop. But not kidding, not shilling. Just saying. I do think that there's the quality level of them. All of them are getting to the stage where they're competing with Games Workshop on quality, and I think people, for example, that Mr. Shy would argue that actually they're better for painting as well. They're actually just better models for painting and things like that. And he's a professional painter, guys, so I defer to his expertise on this. Jefferson says, but the minty print fresh milkshake. God damn it! No, don't do it. Jez Hall says, just like Netflix, we're first. Yeah, well, yeah. So, I mean, if we want, I'm not sure if I really want to talk about Netflix, but Netflix are really interesting because if you remember, whenever Netflix first came out, they were the only streaming service around. And they were incredible. I love Netflix. I was like, yay, I'm not going to pirate anything anymore. And Netflix was great, right? Because it had everything you could need. So you pay one subscription, off you go. And then what happened? Hulu came out, different companies, everyone started coming up with their own streaming platforms. They started taking all their best stuff away from Netflix. Netflix ended up having nothing, so they scrambled to make their own first-party stuff. And suddenly, the idea was you could drop cable and just have Netflix. That was sweet. You pay one subscription, you get everything. Now you have to subscribe to 20 different services like Prime, Shudder. Those are the ones that I actually am subscribed to. Netflix, Disney Plus. You need all of these different streaming services just to get what you used to give people to get on Netflix. And yeah, people are dropping Netflix because Netflix hasn't been offering any value at all. But I will say it's kind of easier to drop Netflix and move to, Hulu, right? Because you can always just go back if you want. But you can't really just drop Warhammer and move into Lunar. Well, maybe Lunar you can. Into Firefight from Mantic, right? You can't just do that. You've got a sunk cost. There's a feeling of sunk cost. You've paid hundreds of dollars into Space Marines. And all your friends play it. And you can't just play it solo. You gotta play with other people. And oh my god, is this why Games Workshop have never released a solo version of Warhammer? No, that's too conspiratorial, right? Well, more research required. Need to look into that. It's harder basically to drop and try different war games. The investment to get into different war games is so massive that it's not the same. I don't think you can really compare it with Netflix. I feel like Games Workshop got there first. Warhammer got really big. Lots of people play Warhammer, and then it did things right. Don't get me wrong. It did things right. It was a war game. It kind of was silly. The world is interesting. It wasn't like it just came out and was like, we're the stick guys, we're the red stick guys, and you're the blue stick guys, and that's it. Like, of course, it didn't do just that. It was like a good war game, but it definitely, like, almost 100% of its success is down to being the first there, having a massive installed user base, and then monopolizing the discourse on wargaming. And so most people get into Warhammer, not wargaming necessarily. Although that's changing a little bit, I think. Let's see here. Scythen says, out of a €40 1 kilogram resin bottle, I can print around the worth of 380 guard minis. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. And everyone's saying, don't drink the resin, eat the leftover cured supports. No, don't consume resin at all. Don't eat it. Jason says, public companies, exactly right, discourse. Yes, I agree. I think that companies going public kills them every time. It destroys the culture at the company, gets rid of the fans, the people who were excited to build it at the top. It's kind of good for them, for like those individual executives, because they usually get a big payday. They usually get like tons of cash. And that's why a company goes public, right? It's not because they're like, we think that Warhammer would be better served if we went public. No, they go public because like the executives at the time are like, we will get a big boatload of cash if we go public now, because the company could potentially be worth quite a lot of money on the stock exchange. And then they get a boatload of cash, then they leave, and then like new people come in, and then they have to build things for shareholders, and shareholders don't care about products and stuff. They care about shareholder value, which is a different thing to measure, and it gets awful. And the culture goes, and they lose everything that made them unique, and it's awful. Anyway, let's see. Kermit says, can't you play Blackstone Fortress solo? Yeah, you can. I just threw something out there. I was just thinking aloud, basically. But yeah, you can play Blackstone Fortress solo. Although Blackstone Fortress is like a specific thing, and they don't sell the expansion. What's up with that? What's going on? I hate that. Uh-oh, out of Coke. In another context, that could mean something else. Let's see here. Jess says, 3D printing seems like a hobby of its own, and I'm an idiot. I'll stick to buying minis until it's idiot-proof. That's fair enough. I think the juice is worth the squeeze, to be honest. And I think that, like, it's overstated how difficult it is to get into 3D printing, but I understand it. Like, as a profoundly big dum-dum that I am, like, I get it. Like, I totally get it. Like, I'm really bad with my hands, guys. Like, I can't express to you how bad I am at this stuff. And I honestly found it okay. Like, it's literally a case of, you get a file on the USB stick, and you just plug it in, and now you've got like the program. You just download it and you do the support bits. It like automatically does it for most of the time, and then you just like click a button, turn it on, plug it in, print, and that's it. Then you just gotta clean them. No, I use the resin. I use the water washable resin just because I don't want to faff about. But yeah, like it's grand, honestly. And what I really want to buy is like a curing machine, so I don't have to like use like a little lamp. I want to just be able to put them in like a box, and then the box goes zup, and then they're like, sweet. That would be really cool. That'd be really cool. And like it genuinely is like that easy in a lot of ways, but I get why you wouldn't maybe necessarily want to put like a bunch of money into it and find out it's not really your thing, you know. I don't think it's for everybody either. Like, I get that there's always gonna be people who just prefer to get sprues. Like, for example, I like to assemble models, but I don't like to assemble resin models really. And I don't really like so what I do is I end up just printing off most 3D printed models as a single model. Like, no building required at all. I just single model. But I really enjoy assembling. I really enjoy assembling plastic models off sprues. So I'm probably always going to be buying plastic models off sprues, like no matter what, because I enjoy that process of like kind of customizing. Although I understand that there's a lot of people you can digitally sculpt now, which is really exciting for a lot of indie developers and stuff. Like, I'm very excited for that. See, I told you I can be positive. Like I'm really, really excited about the indie space that's opening up because you get this like diverse group of people who traditionally wouldn't have been able to make it in the wargaming space, right? Who wouldn't have been hired. Maybe they were from England, for example, and now they can get into stuff. Like for example, I know that for Turn Up 28, Saint Decent is making models for Turn Up Max there, and that is awesome. Like that is incredible. Like I can't wait to see those models come out. I've already seen some of them. I've seen some of the STLs, right? But like it means that you're getting these models who are super interesting and unique that you would never have seen a traditional manufacturer, I think, create. Like a turnip army? Like, come on. So yeah, like I love that aspect of 3D printing. I think that's something that Games Workshop are missing out by not taking advantage of the space. I'm kind of glad they weren't the first into the space, to be honest, because now it means that it's the place of indies and indie developers. So whenever there's like indies everywhere, like one of the problems that you'll have, like, and when I say indies, I mean like independent developers. What happens is that oftentimes it's kind of hard to find what you want. Like you have to do a little bit more digging. You have to do a little bit more work. You have to engage with it a little bit more, but oftentimes it means that it's richer for that because you can just find such a wide variety of stuff. I think one of the things that 3D printing suffers from right now is its storefront. I think my mini factory is probably the best storefront, although it asks for quite a lot of money from independent developers and STL creators. And it's kind of hard to find what you want necessarily. Like the search functions are pretty poor. This is something that, like, for example, if you play video games, like Steam always struggle with, is like the storefront for video games. My mini factory is sort of becoming the storefront for 3D printers, and it's kind of hard to find exactly what you want. They're kind of organized in tribes so that you kind of find a creator and you see what they like. I don't know if it's necessarily possible to like go via genre. I haven't, like, I just might a brain fart, but that's just something. Legal Kamichi, howdy folks. Hey Legal Kamichi. He does a great channel, basically following a lot of really interesting topics, I think, in the TTRPG space. Things like bioessentialism, power in role-playing worlds and stuff like that, and world-building content. So I would totally recommend that you check out his stuff. I think it's really interesting. I think he does a really great job there, guys. I think if you enjoy my content, you'll really like his. So definitely recommend. If you're a fan of D&D at all, like totally 100%, or like RPGs or world building at all, I would totally recommend some very interesting topics of discussion there. Akimi says 40k is actually better solo than against an opponent, better story. Oh, that is a spike. That is a scorching hot take. What I would love to see is like a co-op version of Warhammer 40k, right? Like an AI. So that you could do like last stands or like assaults on castle, you know, like on fortresses and stuff like that. I think that would be really cool. Or like AI partners. So maybe if you are playing as the Space Marines, you know, you've got a bunch of guardsmen who are like AI controlled. I think stuff like that would be really fun. I think that would be really cool. If anybody remembers the OG kill team, like back in like 2004, 2005, it kind of had an interesting kind of like sentry system. I think the Lord of the Rings still uses that. That was very interesting. I kind of constrained how one player could act, but what it meant is that you had one player who was playing as like the mooks, and then you have one player who's playing like the small kill team who had to infiltrate the base and like plant the bomb. You can guess who I always played. I played the mooks because I love being the DM. But that was a lot of fun. Let's see here. George Atkins says Blackstone Fortress expansions were way overpriced. Yeah, I think that Blackstone Fortress, I mean, it's kind of the case for a lot of Games Workshop stuff, right? Like the pricing, the value is always a struggle. It's always a big struggle. It makes it hard for me to recommend it, and it means that I think it alienates a lot of newer players, and it kind of sucks when it applies to things like Blackstone Fortress, because I feel like Blackstone Fortress would have been a very, what would be the word for it? A very accessible way to start playing with miniatures, to assemble them and put them together and paint them. But then the pricing scares off people, and they don't realize that there's cheaper places to buy them, and that just sucks, right? Because I want as many people to play Warhammer. Oh no, I got the discourse. The discourse got me. I want as many people to play war games as possible, not necessarily Warhammer. Though if they're interested in Warhammer, fair play. I'm not here to like slap the toys out of anybody's hands. But certainly I just want people to play war games as much as possible. Look Quality says, same with Stargrave, not great models, you pay for good quality. Well, I think was my statement that 3D printed models and a lot of sometimes are reaching the quality level of Games Workshop. Is that controversial? Probably. But I would argue it's probably the case. I seriously do feel like the quality level is really getting there, guys. Like it really, I think that the quality level of Games Workshop models is a little bit overstated. Like, yeah, and I think that there's big problems conceptually with some Games Workshop models. The fact that they are very over designed. I feel like they make for great centerpiece models. I think they make for some interesting painting projects, but I think that they suffer as game pieces and stuff like that. So, I mean, you gotta remember, like, I think the quality is subjective. I think there's objective measures of quality in the kind of sense that, like, you can measure graphics on a video game. But I feel like a lot of the most important part about a model is the subjective taste. And actually, I suppose let's demonstrate this, actually. And I think it's actually a really striking way to demonstrate it. Let's see here. So recently there was a Kickstarter for a game called Rivenstone. Okay, so there's this game Rivenstone. I have not played it. I can't endorse it. But if Dana is still around in the chat, I'm sure she will. She is, I'm pretty sure, hoping for a PR position on Rivenstone. She's a big fan. Right? So this is Rivenstone, right? And the models look good. They look good. To me, they don't look like amazing. Okay? Not in terms of like oh no. They're just like every other company. Okay, right? So like the quality of these sculpts, I think, is fine from a kind of objective perspective, right? Like I think that the depth of detail is kind of fine. I don't think it's like blowing apart any worlds, you know? I don't think that the quality of models here are like incredible. I'm trying to like be able to see them better. I wonder if there's any better pictures. If we like scroll down. Okay, here we go. Like, I don't think that the quality of these models, like, objectively, is, like, absurd. But, I will say that more importantly, they have a very interesting design. I think they have been designed very interestingly. I think subjectively speaking, they have a very high quality. They have the sort of aesthetic of what I would call like kind of Warcraft, kind of the Blizzard design where things are exaggerated in certain ways. I think that these models have been painted in a very interesting way with the non-metallic metal, which makes it kind of actually sort of makes them look a lot better, I think, than probably the quality of the models are. Like I'm not trying to badmouth the models at all. I think that they're probably fine, but I feel like they're uplifted a lot by the design philosophy. I think that the design philosophy really helps them out. Similarly, I think the Games Workshop create very sharp models. That would be the word. I think objectively speaking, that's good. They make very sharp models. But I think subjectively, I have a lot of problems with some of the decisions that they make. There's a lot of straps. There's a lot of pouches. There's a lot of bits that don't really make a lot of sense for what they are. And seemingly, they're just there to kind of like add a little bit of color and be interesting for painters, but not so much for gamers, I think. So yeah, like, I mean, I don't think that I'm going to solve this on a stream just half-cocked, trying to sort of argue that 3D printed models are at the same quality level of Games Workshop models, because I know that's kind of what would be the word for it. I think that's pretty controversial. I think that's probably a scorching hot take for a lot of people. And I'm not arguing that it's the case for all of them. And I think that not all printers and stuff like that are built alike, and certainly depends on like the resin and stuff. But I do feel like it's overstated the gulf between Games Workshop miniatures and 3D printed miniatures in terms of the objective level. And then I think that subjectively speaking, there are plenty of miniatures that are on par with Games Workshop models on the subjective level in terms of the style and design behind them, you know? Like, for example, like I'm big fans of the one-page rules models, and a lot of them are very cartoony. They're kind of exaggerated in a lot of certain ways. They emphasize certain aspects of the design. So you've caught me kind of off guard here. I'm like, yeah, like caught me as if I'm like down in the pub, just trying to sort of describe what I say. If I maybe at some stage I'll do a video on this, maybe where I can actually sit down and really get my thoughts out there. Amit says weird minis are quality. I agree. I've heard some horror stories about the assembly of them, but overall, I would say that they are pretty awesome. I've heard horror stories of like individual fingers needing to be put together, but yeah, no, I agree. Like they are very good quality. Scott Wood says GW promo videos are using 3D printers. You can see the print lines, lol. Yeah, they are. Yeah, of course they are, because it makes sense that they would, right? Because to get the models out there, to get them like actually produced, you have to build a mold for them. You have to get them into the factory. You gotta like print them out at the factory and get like the big budget line. Why would you do that if you're just like testing models, or if you just want to quickly, you need to take the pictures of them in order to show them off for the marketing? You want to get the marketing going ASAP while the models all get printed out. So they just print them in the 3D printer, because they got 3D printers in their office. Like I've seen them, you know, you can see them in like videos and stuff like that. And it's not like controversial or anything, and it's not bad either. Like it makes sense. And I think they've been doing this for like ages. But it just is what it is. Like I think that it goes to show that similar quality levels can be reached with 3D printers, all the objective skill, right? To the extent where they're being used in marketing. But then, like, you know, burgers that you see like in advertising are often not made of food. They're often like just crafted. They're sculpted out of like clay or whatever, like materials. And they look better oftentimes. Let's see here. Jacob Tyler says, I was a patron for Titan Forge and their prints are lovely. Yeah. I think I was talking earlier about 3D printing. And I never got to mention that I think one of the biggest benefits to 3D printing that doesn't get talked about often enough, to be real here for a second, that doesn't get talked about often enough, is that it transforms your relationship with the hobby in a big, big way. For the longest time, I was terrified to experiment with paints, with glues, with like filing, stuff like that. I was terrified to craft because the models are so expensive. I didn't want to ruin anything. I didn't want to screw up. And I know people say that you can strip paint and stuff like that, but like I find stripping paint a far more arduous process than 3D printing. Let me just put it that way. And when I got a 3D printer, suddenly it felt like the value of models dropped in a really good way. Like I wasn't afraid anymore. Like I had been handed the keys to the kingdom where I could suddenly replace models as easy as I wanted. So that meant that whenever I was trying to make decisions about what paints I would use, I could be more daring. I could be more experimental. I could take models and I go, I'm going to try a test scheme on this model and just go for it. That is like a shoot. It's really hard to explain how big an impact that makes on your hobby. And I think that's why you see so many people say things like 3D printer goes better. I think there's a lot of people who are genuinely excited about that. Like I think it's a very exciting thing, and I don't think it gets talked about enough in the hobby at all. Like just how crazy good that is. It's just incredible. Let's see here. Wade says, like the minis from Mini Wargaming Dave's Kickstarter. Yeah, I mean, like those models where there's a lot going on in those models. I think that they have a very specific design philosophy behind them. So yeah, it's interesting. Scott Wood says, I'm scared of filing 3D resin prints. There's fine dust, and that I know isn't good to get into your lungs. Yeah, I would not file them. I wouldn't file them. If you're gonna do stuff like that, I would like definitely wear a mask, but like a proper mask, not like just a dust filter. Like get one of the big ones with the rebreather, you know. But yeah, I wouldn't file them at all. Uncle Buck says, yes, this course, this exactly, jack up a paint job or kit bash, toss it and print a new one. Yeah, I love it. I can be very careless with my minis sometimes. And that's great. You know, that's really good. Especially when you're having to move a bunch of stuff into storage because you're homeless. But that's very good. Jacob Taylor says, yep, I had a big buy into 3D printing, needed a laptop and then a good printer, was $1,000 barrier for me, but it's the best thing I've ever done. My Warhammer army has never been bigger. I guess that's something that I never really consider. Yeah, I guess if you don't have a computer, like the buy-in then is tougher. Like, and I think the buy-in to a 3D printer is still unattainable for a lot of people. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I think it's still very expensive, and I want it to be cheaper, and I want it to be cheaper, and I want it to be cheaper. I want it to be as cheap as possible, so as many people can get in as possible. But yeah, like, I definitely you'll find, I think, that there's definitely like a honeymoon period with the 3D printer when you realize like suddenly you can print anything you want, and that's kind of a lot of fun. Whoa! Look at this guy. Okay, we're just gonna. Oh no. Okay. Nope. Sorry guys for that in the chat. That is like the wow. That name is incredible. Sorry, I'm being wow. Okay, so I guess I'm allowed to swear a little. Ahmed says that's true. I have commemorative and limited release models. I do not dare paint assemble them for fear of messing up. Yeah, I've got one of those models. I have a model, the Bombshell Harley Quinn model, for the Batman miniatures game. That is a very specific model. I don't know if you can really buy it anymore except on the secondary market, and I can't paint it because I'm too afraid. I am too afraid to paint that model, guys. Like, I really am. So don't know. Like, I've never hired a professional painter before. I've never hired like someone to paint a model for me, except for. Sorry, I love telling this story. Except for once, I got a guy at my local Warhammer store when I was first starting out. He offered to paint my Seraphim models for me, my Sisters of Battle. And I said, oh, yes, thank you very much. Yes. There was a little discourse. It was like, oh, yeah, thank you. That's lovely. But I was savvy. I was like, but in order to paint them, you must first paint one of them and let me know. Like, and then I'll see if that's good. And then he said, sure. And then he took the Seraphim and I never saw him again. He stole my Seraphim. And that is the extent of my experience with hiring a professional painter. So let that be a warning. They'll steal your dice. Kayla says, I found a lot of 3D printed models. Do I like need to go to the urgent care clinic like right now? I don't know. To be honest, like, it's not healthy. I'll say that much. Like, the resin is toxic and it will get into your airways. So yeah, I would just be careful with that. At the very least, like, wear like a massive mask. Yeah. Jacob says a very lovely Harley Quinn. Yeah. Jessamine says that's one of those Dark Eldar. Ruva says, Jesse, we need the 3D print miniatures. Put on a mask. Yes, get in the oh god, what do you call it? The mobile RV, and get out into the desert. Start printing some Space Marines. Yeah, I think at some stage what I would like to do is I would like to get. I don't know if I should say or not. Okay, let's be real, guys. Let's be real. Let's keep this between us, okay? Let's keep this between us, between the chosen few. I think at some stage, like, I'm probably going to get a sculpt commissioned for my Patreon. I think that it would be really cool to offer like a sort of like a free model if you join the Patreon. And I have a pretty cool idea for it at some stage. But it would take me to like hire a sculptor and stuff like that. And well, so this is the thing, right? Like, there's a lot more that goes on into it. So I think I would have to hire a 2D artist to help me concept art it, and then I would need to hire a sculptor to make it reality, and then you've got to hire a person who does the supports and stuff if you want to do auto supports and things like that. So like, there's just a lot of like stuff that goes into it that you wouldn't really expect, and at some stage I think that would be really cool. I don't know if I'm like, I would probably have to go out of pocket on it, I think, but I think it would be really neat to be able to offer something like that. So that would be cool. And yeah, I know what it would look like. I'll say that much. I know what the model would be. It wouldn't be like a silly model either. I think it'd be a pretty cool model, actually. I think it would be a Space Marine that I would love to play with. So Skylar Buckley says, man, I already have plenty of microplastics in there, according to recent science. Oh no. If you've got microplastics, I've probably got microplastics too. Wow. That'd be pretty awful. Luke McDonaldson says short dark elf. If I were to like do myself, which feels very Goobertown Hobbies, I see you printing all your dozens and dozens of miniatures with your own face on them. I don't know if I would do myself. For one, I don't think I'm very epic. Uh, maybe I would though. Maybe in a moment of madness, I'd be convinced. Discourse branded masks, says Scott. Akimi says, can't you just scan yourself into an STL? Interestingly, so I was contacted actually by a company who do well, they basically they use an app, and you can like take pictures of a thing, and then it uploads like a digital version of the thing, and that means you could 3D print it out. And I thought it'd be really, really cool, because if you could take pictures of miniatures, upload them, you could use them on like TTS, for example, on Tabletop Simulator, or you could like 3D print them later on, you know. And it'd be a good way of creating libraries of models maybe that no longer are being produced or sold. I think there's like tons of applicability from like data for like saving data and stuff like that, and helping out like in the terms of the industry too. I think that's really cool. The problem is that the app kind of wasn't able to capture things small enough, like a miniature. Like you could do terrain, but you couldn't get like the likeness of a miniature. So that was a bit of a pity. I think there's ways to do it. You just have to have like a really good camera, and I cannot afford a really good camera. So help Discourse with donations, because I want a second camera to do more streams with, like painting and unboxing. So would really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who has donated, actually. It really does help a lot. And to be honest, like some of it's going to the camera. Other bits are probably going to go to a deposit for a home. That would be nice. But yeah, no, everyone's been like super lovely. It's been really nice. Kermit says, so much talk about 3D printing and no one mentioned Naughty's category in Cults 3D. I didn't know. Hold on. I didn't know that there was a Naughty's category. Cults 3D. I don't think I'm allowed to show this one on stream, guys, so don't worry. Don't worry, I will protect you. Oh my goodness. Hey, it's not that big. It's not that big. Oh, I've got save clicked. Maybe I'll unclick save. Oh, okay. Wow. I thought Kingdom Death Monster was bad. There we are. That's ridiculous. I'm not surprised though. Like, let's be honest. Cults 3D, that's another one. Cults 3D always felt like a little bit more illicit for some reason to me. I guess that was why, because I always knew that was lurking in the background. Pinkston says, it is sculpted Dark Eldar war leader standing on the rubble of an office building in Nottingham. That's a very specific sculpt. Errol says, fluffy marine discourse. Let's see here. Let's see. Danbrook says, now I have to join something else to get your limited edition miniature. I am a poor... I can't use that word. I'm sorry. Living under the Tories, life is already too expensive. Yeah, I get you. Maybe Dan, maybe I'll hit you up specifically. Send me a message, and when it happens, and I'll help you out for being a lovely member of the YouTube memberships, which also helps the channel out loads, and also gets special colors in the Discord. Woo! Special colors and special rooms at a certain tier. I think it's the advocate tier, the Discourse Air tier. No, it's the advocate tier. I think gets the special colors. It gets the special rooms, the rooms with all the patrons. Doshu says, please make a big-headed Space Marine. I'll buy 10 for starters. Just have a squad and just to annoy the competitive gamers. Okay, I never even thought about this. That's kind of incredible. Like, imagine that was it. Like, you just sold a line of miniatures that were designed to troll competitive players. Just like massive headed Space Marines. Space Marines with like their leg is like stretched out really far so that you could technically be on a point but be like hiding under covers. It's like, oh, I'm over here, but my toes are touching over there. Like really stretched legs, like a cartoon character. I'm on the point, but I'm also, you can't see most of my body, so I get the benefit of cover. That would be incredible. That would be like so funny. Or like they've like stretched their arms out really far so that you can be like incoherency with them. But only one guy at a time is outside, so that, or they've got their guns in their hands like really far out, but most of their body's hiding behind a wall so they can shoot, but people can't shoot them. That sounds like an incredible line of miniatures. That I actually kind of love that. That's brilliant. Larkbeard says Willow Creations 3D printed herself in real life, real size to use as a mannequin for her costuming work. Worth a thought. Wow. Okay, that's incredible. Like, how long would that? I guess you would have to have had like a special 3D printer, right? Wow. That's like one of those videos, though. I think I could justify that with a video. Like, I 3D printed myself, and I'm as big as me now. Like, that would be a video and a half. Like, that's kind of like Eons of Battle, eat your heart out. I'm building a Imperial Knight in 24 hours. I'm building me in 24 hours. Admittedly, not very well, and admittedly not painting it either, because that would be really hard. Imagine that, though. Imagine getting one of those like photorealistic artists, who paint like the photorealistic art, and then you get them, and then they paint a 3D printed version of yourself, and then you've got like you can do all sorts of stuff with. You put them in a chair or something and spin it round with a string, and people are like, "Oh, hey, discourse," and then you jump out from behind and go, "Ha ha!" You frighten them. How incredible would that be? That's the sort of fun that I can. That's what I kind of think of. Andy Wilson says Space Marine bobbleheads. Yeah, I kind of okay. Forget my idea. Forget my plan. I love this. We're doing this. We're doing Space Marine bobbleheads now. That's it. Gazma said, anyone old enough to remember when they sold molds the Castro Metal Minis? I don't remember that at all. It's kind of incredible. My chat, Maximilian Pegasus. I play Toon Adeptus to Stardate. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be so funny, dude. Like, that would be incredible. Blood Angel bobbleheads. Yes, Bran. I love it. Let's see here. Larkbeard says, oh yeah, she has a nice little 3D printer farm. Maybe one day, maybe if I could do it. So I have like this dream of like running a little 3D printer like online service at some stage. That'd be kind of neat, wouldn't it? But I just don't have the time or like the startup costs, I guess. So yeah, that would be really neat. I've got all this ambition for like bobblehead Space Marines and trolling Dark Eldar with big long legs for toe tapping objective points, and no money to do it with it. I've got like no startup capital. I have to start going for investors. I'll have to like go around hat in hand and be like, would you like to invest in a in a new Warhammer spin-off? It's like Horus Heresy, except it's really designed to troll. Kind of says, I'd buy the bobblehead for discourse prices. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it would have to be discourse prices, right? Larkbeard says they still sell those in Prince Albert. Wow, okay, so you can buy this stuff to get metal molds made. That's kind of incredible. Andy says 3D print yourself and have it in the back of your church at your funeral, but don't tell anyone you're doing it. But I think the best way to do it is to like give them like a hat and like black sunglasses and like a suit, as if they're there like kind of trying to be anonymous, like the black dress and a single red rose sat in the back, and then someone would be like, that's actually kind of, I think I might do that for my funeral. I think I might hire like a lookalike, like a lookalikey, and like have them pretend to be me, but like as if they are like here to make sure that the scheme went down correctly, that my like fake demise has been like executed properly. And then whenever people spot the version of me in the suit, I'll like have paid them to be like, no, and like whisk away with like their cloak and like get into like a black sedan and like drive off, never to be seen again. I think that would be incredible. That would be so cruel. Let's see here. Secondhand Biker says, he says, yeah, okay, awesome. This is the kind of interaction from chat I love. Thanks, guys. Jess says, those casting molds still exist. Prince August. Mithril Miniatures do them still. Mithril Miniatures. Oh, that's very interesting. That's very cool. Wow, look at the time, guys. So it turns out I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's kind of awesome. I should probably stop now, though. I think I might be keeping my parents up, maybe. It's kind of getting a bit later. So this is like the I would love to chat some more. Like my throat is really sore, but I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying chat. I actually really enjoy these streams. Like I have a lot of fun on the streams. I love chatting with you guys. And it's a place where I can be a little bit more casual and sort of just chat away, right? Like I don't have to have all my T's crossed and my I's dotted, right? Like I can just sort of say the stuff that I just think as I think it, and I think that's really fun. I think that's incredible. It's really nice to have this space. So thanks everyone for joining me, really. Like, and I truly mean that. Like, the support that I've received over the last couple of days has been overwhelming, in a lot of ways, to be honest. And yeah, like I think that the wargaming community sometimes gets like a bad rep a little bit. But I've never been made to feel unwelcome or anything. And it has always been like super awesome. And obviously this is just my own personal anecdotal experience, but it just, I mean, like, I can only tell you my truth and like what I have. And I think everyone has been absolutely incredible. And it's been really, really lovely. So thanks everybody. Like it really means a lot. Sometimes it's like really tough, you know, like whenever you're being like, it's kind of hard because I never wanted to sort of self-censor in any way. I've always wanted to just kind of say what I believe, and that gets really tough sometimes because there's a lot of pressure from various sources to kind of moderate opinions and stuff, I think, to be more sort of commercially viable and stuff. But there we are, and I've always striven not for that to be the case. So thanks a lot, guys, for enabling that and for supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot, and for supporting me, I guess. You guys are awesome, and I love the community that we've formed here, and I love being able to like just chat with you guys and sort of get your opinion on stuff, because that's awesome, you know. Like, it's really cool to meet a lot of people, especially whenever you're like hidden away under the stairs, like a little Harry Potter, with your green screen, being like, thanks a lot, everyone. Yep. Thanks, Dam. Thanks, Wade. Like, thanks so much. Kenneth Williams, thank you. That's really kind. You guys are awesome, and I will catch you. So right now, I mean, in terms of the streams, they're like every 2 weeks. So that's kind of like the nice schedule. I like the rhythm. But again, like on the Patreon, I try to do like a monthly at least, like Patreon special stream, which is usually a lot quieter, a lot smaller, a lot more sort of intimate, I guess, in a lot of ways. So if you are interested in that, check out the Patreon. And yeah, feel free to check out the Patreon anyway. Discourse.com/, discourse.com. I'm putting cart way before the horse there. Patreon.com/discourse miniatures, guys. Thanks so much. The Discord as well is in the description of the video. If you want to join that, lots of awesome discussions every day happen in that Discord. It's a really cool community, just talking about all sorts of different war games and stuff. So if you are interested in that, that is really cool. Thank you so much, guys, and I will catch you next time. Bye-bye. And